Chapter 236. Crown Prince's Mansion, Mental Cultivation Courtyard. Several guards were standing guard. At this moment, a chubby and somewhat plump chef led a slightly skinny servant over with a carrying pole. They brought the food boxes to the front of the courtyard. The chef and the guards were acquainted. The guard then said, "Master Chen, the food in the courtyard is ready. Could you please inform the people from Mental Cultivation Courtyard to retrieve it?" As he spoke, he opened the box. There were fried mung bean sprouts, fried kidney chicken, and shredded squid. Bodyguard Chen, who was in charge of the shift, had a pair of sharp eyes and a pair of sharp eyes. There was a scar on his cheek, which indicated that he had been selected for a battle. His face was expressionless as he examined the scar with a silver needle. He then said, "Leave the food box here. You may return." When the chef heard this, he smiled and asked, "Brother Chen, what's the situation inside?" The guard looked at the chef. "Li Ba, be a good chef. What's there to be concerned about? Go and cook your dishes. That's how you repay the kindness. Don't think too much about it." The guard reprimanded him. The chef hurriedly replied, Yes. It's just that there have been many rumors these days. I'm worried and worried." The guard's face fell. "You shouldn't be asking questions. If you don't, you won't live long." When the chef heard the guard reprimanding him, he led the porter away. At this point, the door opened. The guard bowed as the chef and the servant hurriedly knelt down. They saw the imperial concubine walking out. The chef raised his head and glanced at the imperial concubine. Seeing her worried expression, he hurriedly lowered his head. Once the imperial concubine was far away, the chef and the porter stood up and carried the empty food back. As they walked along the stone path, the entire place was silent. The porter then laughed and whispered to the chef, "Master Li, do you think the imperial prince has a cold? If he has a cold, why did he seal the courtyard and make us deliver food? Could it be that the imperial prince has contracted smallpox? How would I know? Let's go. I've been scolded. If you continue to annoy me, I will send you to chop the firewood for tomorrow." The chef was deep in thought. "Do what you have to do. Is this something you can ask about?" As he spoke, he quickened his footsteps and followed the stone path. He didn't follow the main path and walked back. "Carry the food back first. I have something to do." "All right," the porter replied and went back to the kitchen. Inside the main hall, the crown prince was reading through his essays when he heard a eunuch shout, "The imperial concubine has arrived." The imperial concubine seemed to be in a hurry and did not open an umbrella along the way. By the time she arrived at the palace hall, she was already covered with a thin layer of snow. The maids had already noticed this and bowed slightly before hurrying over to serve her. The crown prince paused for a moment before regaining his composure. He then let out a deep breath and looked up at the imperial concubine before allowing her to sit beside him. He then spoke gently, "Didn't the imperial physician say that it's just a cold? What are you worried about? Don't worry." When the imperial concubine heard this, she said, "Your Highness, my son is fine. It's just that my mother has suffered a shock. In addition to the fact that she is not acclimatized to the city, she has fallen ill. I wish to go home to take a look." As the Liangdi spoke, her heart ached, tears welled up in her eyes. Choking with emotion, she took out a booklet and handed it over. A eunuch received the booklet and handed it over. The crown prince flipped through the booklet and looked at it for some time. He didn't know which line had touched his heart, but his heart ached. His eyes turned red as he said, "Concubine, if you wish to visit your family for a day, I shall allow it." "Thank you, Crown Prince," the imperial concubine replied before retreating. After some time, the imperial concubine set out on her journey. Several ox carts followed her, accompanied by several guards. Within an hour, they arrived at the Qing mansion. The Qing mansion was a newly bought mansion. Now that it had been renovated, it looked even more majestic. At this point, the Qing family received the news. Assistant Minister Cheng and his wife led several men out to welcome the imperial concubine. The ox carts were followed by 2 men. Seeing that the imperial concubine had entered the mansion, the 2 of them walked another 50 meters before arriving at a tall wine shop. The 2 of them walked up the stairs and saw the waiter waiting for them. There were several people seated below, in groups of 3 to 5. The 2 of them then walked up the stairs. The floor was clean and tidy. Each of them took out 5 taels of silver and tossed it to the waiter. "Serve whatever you like. Serve some good wine." The waiter had finished serving the dishes. At this point, a middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. He was dressed neither extravagantly nor cheaply. He wore a pair of cloth shoes and had a thick mustache. The both of them stood up. The middle-aged man then asked, "How's the situation?" "The Crown Prince's mansion is very strict. We can't even enter the heart-nurturing courtyard. We have to pick our food boxes, and don't allow outsiders to enter or leave." However, the Crown Prince claimed that the imperial grandson had caught a cold. The imperial physician said the same thing. When the middle-aged man heard this, he chuckled. "Is that the rule for catching a cold like this? What a coincidence, Madame Chung. She was just visiting yesterday, and now she's sick. She's asking the imperial concubine to visit her. She's trying to cover it up, but it only makes things worse. Keep a close watch and follow any ox carts that come out." As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked down the stairs, leaving the 2 of them to enjoy their meal. Assistant Minister Cheng's mansion, back door. Half an hour later, an ox cart was seen leaving. Several men were standing guard from afar. When they saw someone leaving, they were about to chase after the ox cart. The middle-aged man stretched out a hand and stopped them. "Don't be hasty. The situation isn't right." Just as they were about to chase after the ox cart, they quietened down and continued to stand guard. Another half an hour later, several ox carts were seen leaving. From afar, they could see a woman with a veil over her face. Seeing this, the middle-aged man laughed coldly. "They've finally arrived. Their plan to escape almost fooled us. But look at the ox carts nearby, they're protecting us. Look at the driver, it's obvious he's a guard in disguise. This time, it's the real deal. Your Excellency, what should we do now?" someone asked. "Follow," the middle-aged man ordered. He then whispered something to another man, who then hurriedly left. The weather was extremely cold. Snow would freeze as soon as it fell, piling up on the street. When the sun came out, the snow would melt, forming a deep and uneven ice road. There were many footprints and hoofprints on the road, making it extremely difficult to walk. The middle-aged man walked with difficulty. From afar, he could see that he was heading towards the Flat Flower Monastery, where the goddess of smallpox was. The middle-aged man looked around and saw that there was a stone bridge running through the entire monastery. Normally, nobody would visit the monastery, and it stood alone. The doors of the monastery were tightly shut, and there was only a few guards standing guard at the entrance. Monastery. The goddess of smallpox would only go and pay her respects when someone had smallpox. Most of the time, people were afraid of incurring the illness and didn't dare to pay her respects. Hence, there was no one in the monastery. Pei Ziyun walked into the main hall and lit an incense stick before placing it into the furnace. He then nodded his head and looked at the guards standing outside. He then turned to the veiled woman and said, "Lady attendant, up to this point, you've accomplished your mission." The lady then revealed a smile as she removed her veil and wiped the sweat off her face. "I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to lure anyone here, and ruin the plans of the goddess and the crown prince. My back is all wet. Even if you can't lure anyone here, it won't ruin anything." Pei Ziyun then spoke plainly. This was all part of a scheme, named luring the snake out of its cave. The emperor's grandson had indeed caught a cold, and the imperial physician was right. It's not a big deal. In fact, he's almost recovered by today. However, as long as the imperial concubine revealed a worried expression, and forbade anyone from entering or leaving the mental cultivation hospital, some people would think that something was amiss. Every single step that was taken would be recorded down and observed. Once it might be a coincidence, sometimes it might be because they were curious, sometimes it might be because they had something to attend to. However, once the steps are connected, everyone would be curious and ask around. Every time, everyone would be on something. That would mean that they're spies. If it happens a few times, it would mean that they're out of luck. All these suspicious people have been investigated, and the Crown Prince will catch them all in one fell swoop. Pei Ziyun's tone turned serious as he spoke out coldly. Once we've gotten rid of all the spies, the Crown Prince will be able to rest easy. If there's another incident where the White Wind Monastery has incense, the Crown Prince won't be able to explain himself. Now, all we have to do is wait and reel in the net. King Lu's men aren't everywhere. Pei Ziyun took a deep breath before speaking out coldly. There's only a few hundred of them, at most 1,000. There are even fewer spies and assassins. You're disguised as the imperial concubine. Although time is tight, the people who are attacking us are all elite. I'll help the Crown Prince kill them all and weaken King Lu. As Pei Ziyun spoke, King Lu didn't have any reservations. The lady didn't even dare to reply and just licked her lips. At this point, the sound of killing could be heard. A Taoist from the monastery rushed in. "Esteemed lady, something's wrong. There are bandits outside." Dozens of bandits dressed in black. As he spoke, he wanted to get closer. Pei Ziyun shouted out, "Stop right there." As he shouted out, the Taoist waved his hands as 3 needles flashed past. He then pulled out a dagger. Pei Ziyun laughed out coldly as he stabbed the candlestick, and the 3 needles pierced into the candlestick. The Taoist then stabbed forward as he stretched his hand out. Pei Ziyun then grabbed onto the Taoist's shoulder. With a single twist, the sound of bones breaking could be heard as the Taoist's shoulder broke into pieces. "Spare me." The Taoist was scared out of his wit. However, his left hand moved once more as Pei Ziyun slapped the Taoist's head. Pooh! The Taoist's head looked perfectly fine. He stood there for a few seconds before blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. To a martial artist, this type of yin energy required a lot of time to cultivate. However, to a Taoist, it was merely a matter of building a strong foundation. After killing this Taoist, Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "Flat Flower Monastery is the place where I've lured the snake out of its hole. Everyone knows who's inside. You're just a Taoist who arrived 2 hours ago, and you still dare to approach?" At this point, someone shouted from outside, kill your way in. Whoever kills the woman inside shall be promoted by 3 ranks. In an instant, shouts and cries of killing could be heard, rising and falling one after another, exploding into a large area. The lady pondered for some time before she covered her face with a veil. She then pulled up her skirt and walked out of the monastery. When she looked out, she saw dozens of men dressed in black robes rushing in. Their attacks were vicious and sharp, and their teamwork was flawless. The guards tried to defend themselves, but couldn't defend themselves. The lady was shocked, and retreated back into the monastery as well. Although her shadow flashed for a second, to the men dressed in black outside, it was as if they had seen a mountain of gold. The middle-aged man who was leading the group laughed out loud, as if he could see a bright future ahead of him. When he finished laughing, he shouted out, "Imperial concubine, you can't escape. As long as you come out obediently, how would I dare to hurt you? For the sake of the dragon's grandson in your womb, give the order to surrender." Of course, this was a lie. If these guards were to attack forcefully, they would suffer many casualties as well. Hence, the middle-aged man shouted out. Chapter 237. Snow fell from the sky, and no one responded. The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. "Charge in!" Dozens of black-robed men shouted and charged into the hall. However, as soon as they entered, they felt that something was amiss. They did not meet any resistance. "Shoot!" A loud shout broke the silence. The guards were all armed with crossbows, and it was the most advanced 5-shot crossbow. Following the order, a sharp whistling sound could be heard. Pu-pu-pu. 7 to 8 black-robed men screamed in pain as they rolled on the ground. Blood spurted from their bodies as they screamed in pain. The pain was unbearable. Shoot again. Even if the crowd was prepared, it was of no use at all. Shio-shio sounds swept past, and in an instant blood splattered everywhere. In an instant it was filled with the muffled sound of arrows piercing into human bodies. "There's an ambush!" Only after the second volley of arrows did someone shout out a warning. "Third volley!" Pu-pu-pu. The sounds of people screaming could be heard. At such a distance, unless one was wearing armor, even Pei Zi-yun would not be able to defend himself. Fourth volley, fifth volley, throw the crossbow, unsheathe the sword. After the fifth volley, the steps in front of the hall were littered with corpses and injured people. This type of crossbow could pierce through armor within 10 steps, and penetrate wood within 30 steps. The entire courtyard was narrow, and only 30 steps could be taken. Hence, after being hit by an arrow, a huge bloody hole appeared on the body. Fresh blood spurted out and flowed down the arrow tip. Some of the arrows pierced through their internal organs. They were in so much pain that they could not even scream. Their bodies twitched on the ground. The courtyard was silent. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 black-robed men had been killed. Only a dozen remained. Under such a terrifying situation, the middle-aged man shouted, "Get into formation, charge! With me around, we are invincible! With me around, we are invincible!" The middle-aged man's shout awakened the black-robed men. Under their honorable military training, the remaining black-robed men got into formation and charged forward. Cloud form. At this point, a sword flashed. One of the black-robed men had barely managed to lift his sword when he fell to the ground. His internal organs and blood flowed out of his body. Kill! The surrounding black-robed men screamed as they disregarded their own comrades and charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. The sword and the saber clashed. With a single move, the 3 black-clothed men fell down, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Although he had only killed 4 of them, the formation of the men in black had been broken. The Imperial bodyguards took this opportunity to attack. Immediately the men in black screamed miserably, and several of them fell to the ground. The rest of the people were shocked and retreated. The middle-aged man who was leading the black-clothed men was extremely skilled. He turned around and tried to escape, but at this moment, a shadow rushed up to him. The middle-aged man's hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. He had only sent out half of the saber light when a figure appeared like a stream of light. With a palm strike, the middle-aged man's back suffered a heavy blow. He groaned and knelt on the ground. With a ferocious look in his eyes, he shouted and raised his saber to attack again. Pooh! Pei Zi-yun's sword flashed. Halfway through his attack, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Blood spurted out as one of the tendons in his hand was severed. He screamed out in pain as his sword fell to the ground. Pei Zi-yun stepped forward to interrogate him. One of the black-clothed men who was lying on the ground raised his last ounce of strength and shouted, "Black-robed feathered forest, I am invincible." His saber carried the force of wind and thunder as he fought with his life on the line. Before he could even get close to the black-clothed man, his sword flashed past. Fresh blood spurted out from his neck as he fell to the ground. "Who sent you here?" Pei Zi-yun pointed his sword at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man laughed. "My brothers have all died in battle, how can I live?" As he said this, he slammed his sword into the man's head. Pooh! The tip of the sword pierced through his head and came out from the back. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and determination. The monastery was filled with the stench of blood. The ground was stained red and the corpses were steaming hot. Pei Zi-yun's face was expressionless. "These are all men of sacrifice. Leave none alive. Clean them up." "Yes." The two imperial bodyguards turned around and stepped onto the snow, cleaning up the corpses. The sound of a knife stabbing could be heard as every corpse was stabbed several times. Occasionally, there would be a few who were not completely dead. They let out a short scream before silence fell. The enemy is a hero, and I am a bandit. I am a hero, and the enemy is a bandit. In actual fact, according to the standards of a soldier, these men were not bad. Pei Ziyun looked at them and ordered, "Let's go back, the Crown Prince is waiting for us." Crown Prince's mansion. The Crown Prince's mansion, which was originally decorated with green tiles, was now covered in snow. However, the roads had been swept once, and there was only a thin layer of snow. The rest of the snow was piled up in the corners of the walls. There were many soldiers standing guard along the road. The imperial bodyguards at the entrance were all clad in armor. Under the armor, they wore thick cotton jackets, and their faces were red from the cold. The sound of the snow being stepped on could be heard. A butler dressed in a brocade robe and a mink fur hat. He had several jade rings on his hands, and his body was bulging, as though he was wearing a cotton jacket. He had an air of arrogance about him as he walked towards the entrance. Just as he was about to step out, a guard stopped him. "Butler Lee, the Crown Prince's mansion is under martial law today. You are only allowed to enter, but not to leave. Please return." Hearing this, the butler was enraged. "Do you know who I am? I'm here on orders from the Crown Prince's concubine. How dare you stop me?" The butler then took out the Crown Prince's concubine token and scolded, "The Crown Prince's concubine token is here. Get lost." The imperial bodyguards looked at each other in dismay, their faces revealing a look of difficulty. However, they didn't dare to stop him. At this point, a cold laugh could be heard. "Buying supplies? Did you smell something and run away?" Butler Lee was shocked and angry at the same time. He turned around and saw Pei Ziyun leading a young lady into the mansion. He then said, "The Crown Prince has given his orders. Take this man down." "No, how can you take me down? I am the concubine's subordinate." The butler shouted out loudly, "Take him down." The butler was still struggling when one of the imperial bodyguards, who had fought with him earlier, slapped him across the face. A loud "pah" sound could be heard as the butler spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. His clothes had loosened as well, and some banknotes fell to the ground. The butler's face was covered in blood as he struggled to pick up the banknote. "Tie him up." Two imperial bodyguards rushed forward and tied him up. Pei Ziyun pulled out the banknotes and looked at them. There were 10 taels each and 50 taels each. The most valuable banknotes were worth 100 taels each. Pei Ziyun then laughed. 7,300 taels. The Crown Prince only earns 20,000 taels a year. What capabilities do you have to be worth 7,300 taels? How many people have you stolen from the Crown Prince, and how much money have you received from outsiders? Take him down and lock him up. Pei Ziyun led the lady into the Crown Prince's study room. It was snowing at this point, and the Crown Prince's study room was filled with beasts. The room was warm, and yet the Crown Prince was restless. He was dressed in his usual robes, and would occasionally draw something on a piece of paper before erasing it. At this point, a eunuch reported, "Crown Prince, the Tao Master has returned." The Crown Prince's face lit up with joy. "Quick, invite him in." Pei Ziyun entered and bowed. The Crown Prince's face was flushed red. "Don't bow, sit. How's the situation?" "Crown Prince, we've managed to lure 43 people here. However, they were all death warriors, and refused to surrender. They've all been executed, and not a single one of them survived." Pei Ziyun bowed as he spoke. These people were extremely difficult to groom. Now that they're dead, I'm sure my brother will be heartbroken for a long time. The Crown Prince said happily. He then asked, "What about the traitors? Have you investigated them? I want to find them all, and cut them into 1,000 pieces to appease my hatred. As the Crown Prince spoke up to this point, his face turned ashen. He was filled with hatred. Your Highness, I've gathered all the names. The Lady has recorded the names and confirmed that there are no mistakes. Pei Ziyun said. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lady handed him the name list. What? The Crown Prince took a look at the name list and felt dizzy. Butler Li and a few others were sent out by the Crown Prince's concubine. One of them was even the concubine's closest confidant. Crown Prince, when we returned, Butler Li wanted to take the money and escape, but was stopped by the guards. Pei Ziyun handed over some banknotes. We found 7,300 taels of silver. Not only that, according to our investigations, Butler Li bought 3 plots of land outside the city. The land in the outskirts of the city is expensive, and was worth 3,000 taels of silver. Other than that, there were a few other shops. As time was short, we couldn't investigate them one by one. The Crown Prince received the banknotes and nodded. His face turned ashen as he frowned and took a sip of tea. He tried to compose himself, but the veins on his forehead bulged and his cheeks twitched. He couldn't take it any longer and slammed the table. Bring him in. Crown Prince, please spare me. Crown Prince, please spare me. I've been wrongly accused. They've wrongly accused me. Butler Li started kowtowing as soon as he entered. Wrongly accused? So much silver, so many land deeds, and so many shops. How could they have wrongly accused you? The Crown Prince waved his hands in disgust. He then saw an imperial guard carrying a plate, which contained all the land deeds. Crown Prince, please spare me. It's all the concubine's orders. Butler Li looked at the Crown Prince's face and said loudly, Concubine? Hearing these words, the Crown Prince's body trembled as his face flushed red. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ever since the concubine entered the palace, he had been doted on by the concubine. Could it be, Crown Prince, don't listen to this man's provocation. You can't trust someone who would betray his master for money. Pei Ziyun looked at him coldly and said, in order to prevent him from speaking ill of the Crown Prince, it's best to deal with him as soon as possible. Hearing these words, the Crown Prince understood and his expression changed. Even if the concubine was suspicious, he couldn't do anything about it now. If the Crown Prince and the concubine were so disloyal, how could he be the ruler of the country? Thinking about this, the Crown Prince's expression changed. He looked at Butler Li and slammed the table, his face contorted in anger. Not only did you betray your master, you even dare to provoke the concubine and me. You've really reached the end of your life. Men, execute the family's punishment. The moment the Crown Prince gave his order, a murderous aura filled the room. Following that, more than 10 imperial guards rushed out and dragged the group of people onto the snowy ground. Beat them. The imperial guards carried out the orders immediately. They slammed the wooden planks on the bodies of the men. In the blink of an eye, some of the men were badly mutilated. Moans could be heard everywhere. After a dozen strikes, some of the men fainted, but the imperial guards continued. Seeing this scene, most of the servants in the Crown Prince's mansion watched the execution. Seeing the cries of pain lessen, they were filled with fear and trembled in fear. The remaining few important people, including Steward Li, were tied up even more tightly. Then, they pressed them down and made snowmen towards them. Snow continued to fall on them, covering their faces. At first, they were struggling, but after a while, they stopped moving and became real snowmen. The entire place was silent. Everyone was trembling in fear, and their faces were pale. Just make them into snowmen. When spring comes, we'll feed them to the dogs. The Crown Prince's anger turned into venomous hatred as he spoke coldly. Chapter 238. Crown Princess Palace. The Crown Princess used a pair of scissors to cut the window decorations. When she was done, a servant girl suddenly charged in and shouted, "Nyang Nyang, something bad has happened." Steward Li and the servant girls that Nyang Yang released have all been beaten to death. Clang! The scissors cut his finger and fell from his hand. Blood dripped on the window, dyeing it scarlet. Side hall several imperial guards stood guard, draped in cloaks. At this point in time, the cold wind was piercing to the bone, yet the imperial guards stood as still as nails. Pei Zi-yun stood in front, with the lady attendant behind him. Snow fell onto Pei Zi-yun's cloak. Perfected one. When the guards saw Pei Zi-yun, they all bowed and greeted him. Pei Zi-yun entered the hall and saw that several beast furnaces were burning brightly. It was snowing outside and the cold was piercing to the bone. Inside the hall, he could only wear a thin layer of clothing. It was very warm. Pei Zi-yun was led by a serving maid into the hall. At this point, the Grand Princess was waiting for him. She was dressed in a thin robe, and a serving maid was carrying a mink fur coat beside her. Pei Zi-yun laughed. Indeed, no matter what era it was, people's love for beauty would never change. Have you found out who the traitor is? The eldest princess asked. I've investigated everything. As Pei Zi-yun spoke, the female official stepped forward and approached the Grand Princess. She then whispered to her that this female official was sent by the Grand Princess. When the Grand Princess heard this, she stood up in surprise. The Crown Princess is involved. She is the Crown Princess and the future Empress. How could this happen? Pei Zi-yun then turned to the Grand Princess. The Crown Princess should be fine. Based on what you've said, she is the Crown Princess and the future Empress. If something happens to the Crown Prince, do you think she can escape? But the Crown Princess has been childless for a long time, and the Crown Prince's situation is not very good. These servants want to retreat and collude with outsiders. You're right. The Crown Prince is stubborn. No matter what, she's the Crown Princess. How could he not be close to her? These things can no longer be investigated. I will talk to the Crown Prince. The eldest princess sighed. I understand. The Crown Prince pushed the door open and entered with his concubine. The cold wind blew in from outside as everyone bowed. You guys continue speaking. I'll listen as well. The Crown Prince said, looking a little startled. The Grand Princess then changed the topic. Your plan to lure the snake out of its hole isn't bad at all. You've solved many hidden dangers. At the very least, King Lu's spies won't be able to find out any news from the Crown Prince's palace. This was planned by the eldest princess. If it wasn't for the eldest princess, how could it be so easy? These people have been hiding in the Crown Prince's residence for too long, and they have many connections. It's hard for the residents to investigate. Pei Zi-yun laughed and said, however, this is just to lure the snake out of its hole within the mansion. There are other ways to lure the snake out of its hole outside the mansion. It's just that this involves politics. These words were directed at the imperial concubine. The inner palace was not allowed to interfere in politics. Although the Crown Prince had not ascended the throne, the rules of the imperial concubine were the same. When Liang Di saw that they were talking about politics, she stood up and said to the Crown Prince, Crown Prince, the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. This concubine shall take her leave. Seeing that the imperial concubine knew the rules, the Grand Princess nodded her head. The Crown Prince then pulled the imperial concubine's hand and said, Imperial concubine, it's very cold outside. You've always been intelligent, why don't you listen and give me some ideas? If you catch a cold outside, my heart will ache. Besides, you're pregnant with the dragon seed. Just listen, I will not blame you. The Crown Prince spoke softly, as he held the imperial concubine's hand, refusing to let go. The imperial concubine struggled to get up, but was pulled back down by the Crown Prince. Be obedient. The Crown Prince spoke. The imperial concubine's body had softened, as she sat quietly by the side. The Grand Princess saw that the Crown Prince didn't allow the imperial concubine to leave the mansion and frowned. The Crown Prince then looked at Pei Zi-yun and asked, the bigger picture, does it involve outside the mansion? Tell me about it and let me understand. Pei Ziyun stood up. This will require the Crown Prince to take some risks. Could it be that we're going to lure the snake out of its hole like today? That's a good plan, tell me about it. The Crown Prince waved his hands, a look of satisfaction on his face. With a famous scholar by his side and a beautiful woman in his arms, he was able to command the empire and settle all disputes. This feeling was great. The Crown Prince thought to himself, Crown Prince, during the Lantern Festival, are you going to represent the Emperor and the people to express your gratitude? Pei Ziyun asked. If there aren't any problems, then yes. My father hasn't been feeling well recently, and I have to share his burdens. The Crown Prince replied. What if the Crown Prince meets with an assassin? What would happen then? As soon as Pei Ziyun finished speaking, the three people in the hall were shocked. The Grand Princess stood up and shouted, No way. The Crown Prince frowned. What Ziyun means is, you want me to set up an assassination? Who would be lured out? I feel that this would alert the enemy. King Lu would probably lie low and not come out of his cave. Crown Prince, Grand Princess, please hear me out. The assassination is only the first step. Pei Ziyun spoke slowly. What? The Crown Prince frowned. The imperial concubine gently pressed on the Crown Prince's hands. The Crown Prince then realized that this was just a suggestion. Whether he used it or not, it was up to him. Tell me everything. The Crown Prince has his own guards, and the assassins are arranged by us. Even if they were arranged by us, they wouldn't be able to get within 20 steps of the Crown Prince. This is just a precaution, and won't hurt the Crown Prince. Actually, luring the snake out of its cave isn't a real assassination. As long as there's a reason and some commotion, that's enough. Pei Ziyun spoke plainly. But what's the point? I can't even see how to lure the snake out of its cave. The Grand Princess asked, as though she was surprised by Pei Ziyun's suggestion. Of course there is. Crown Prince, Grand Princess, how many generals can your men deliver this to? Pei Ziyun walked to the table and wrote down a few words. King Lu's order. This is an urgent matter. I order you to send 10 soldiers to protect the Crown Prince. When Pei Ziyun finished writing, he handed it over to the Crown Prince. Seeing the script, the Crown Prince was astonished. He looked at it once and didn't understand what it meant. He then looked at it again and was puzzled. The Grand Princess stood up and looked at it in shock. The imperial concubine was deep in thought. She couldn't interfere in politics, and thus didn't speak a word. She was extremely cautious in front of the Grand Princess. Seeing that the Crown Prince didn't understand, Pei Ziyun spoke plainly. During the Lantern Festival, King Lu will be in front of the Emperor. Since I've killed so many black-robed guards, I shall send someone to use their uniforms to deliver this message to the generals in the capital city. Let's see how many of them respond. If the Crown Prince and Grand Princess have men with King Lu, then it would be perfect. Mobilize the troops? I'm sure these generals wouldn't do such a thing. The Crown Prince's expression was solemn as he spoke. Of course we can't mobilize the troops directly. That would be too obvious. But what about the soldiers in the palace? That's what the order means. There's a high chance that someone will respond to it. Then we'll be able to distinguish who's close and who's distant. We'll be able to lure King Lu out. Besides, during the Lantern Festival, the generals won't be able to locate King Lu. At such a crucial moment, some will hesitate and some will retreat. But as long as 1 or 2 of them follow the order, it will become a fact. Regardless of how they respond, it's for the safety of your highness. Or perhaps they're King Lu's henchmen. The Crown Prince was assassinated, and the generals responded to King Lu's message. What does this mean? Pei Ziyun spoke plainly as he raised his pen. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter if the message is real or fake. It doesn't matter who's the instigator. Just the fact that they responded to King Lu's order is a grave matter. This would expose King Lu's hidden power and influence. The Grand Princess finally understood what was going on. She looked at Pei Ziyun in fear. Even if King Lu isn't guilty, just this alone would make my brother unable to tolerate it. The officials wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. Pei Ziyun laughed and didn't speak immediately. In actual fact, this plan was learned from a certain emperor. That emperor was suspicious of the crown prince, and thus forged a message from the crown prince to the soldiers. Eventually, the soldiers obeyed the order and caught the crown prince in the act. If the emperor wanted to play this trick, it would be even more difficult to defend against it. However, the emperor would be shocked, and might not believe it completely. I believe that King Lu wouldn't be so easily killed. However, even if this was forged by an outsider, the generals would still respond to King Lu's message. The emperor would be shocked, and the officials would be even more shocked. Once this happens, it wouldn't just be the emperor's problem. King Lu, at the very least, would be stripped of his title and become a Canton prince. At the very least, he would have to spend some time in seclusion, right? The few generals who responded would at least lose their official positions or even be sentenced to death. Pei Ziyun paced back and forth under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This plan of mine is to lure the snake out of its hole. It's not unreasonable at all, although it's somewhat sinister. However, as long as everyone thinks about it calmly, they will naturally understand. The pus cannot be allowed to rot inside. It has to be squeezed out. If we don't squeeze it out now, when the critical moment comes, King Lu will raise his arm and call for the generals to respond with 100,000 soldiers. At that point, the emperor would be in deep trouble. Even if the crown prince had the edict, so what? Thousands of soldiers would enter the imperial city, and everything would be a mess. I'm afraid that not only the crown prince, even the emperor wouldn't have a good ending. In the worst-case scenario, the entire world would be in chaos. Now that the pus has been squeezed out, King Lu's position in the army would be uprooted. Furthermore, if he wasn't in cahoots with King Lu, he would have passed this message to the crown prince and the emperor. Even if it was to protect himself, he wouldn't have responded to the crown prince's order. Hence, he wouldn't have killed the wrong person. Everyone who responded to King Lu's order has been dealt with. Even if there were some people who didn't manage to squeeze out the pus, if they didn't respond to King Lu's order, would King Lu still trust them? And would they still feel that King Lu trusted them? Yes, we knew that this message was fake. However, they didn't know that this was their true reaction. If King Lu doesn't feel disappointed, wouldn't they feel guilty too? With both sides doubting each other, King Lu would find it hard to control the entire army. The way of a sage is to look at one's actions and not one's heart. Since King Lu doesn't have the ability to cause trouble, he is the crown prince's good brother, and the emperor's good son. This is the crown prince's sincere intention to protect King Lu. Such a heart is worthy of the emperor, worthy of the emperor, worthy of the country, and worthy of the ancestors. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the crown prince couldn't help but stare at him in shock. As Pei Ziyun spoke, his hands continued to draw. A ferocious tiger descending the mountain had been completed. This ferocious tiger was filled with killing intent as it charged down the mountain. Its eyes were bloodshot, as though it was about to devour its prey. The crown prince came to his senses as he spun around several times before saying, "Wonderful! This drawing has been done perfectly. When the ferocious tiger comes out of the mountain, someone will definitely die. Luring the snake out of its hole is even more wonderful." As he spoke, he nodded his head and clenched his fist. His face was flushed with excitement as he hammered his fist. "All right, let's do it this way. If this succeeds, I shall confer you the title of true sovereign," the crown prince shouted out. Hearing these words, the grand princess had a look of worry on her face. Chapter 239. Princess Royal Residence. It was snowing heavily outside the window, but the room was as warm as spring. Several stoves were burning brightly, and a few twin-wick lamps lit up the room. The young Canton princess was playing the song alone. Although it was only one person, the sound of the zither carried a lot of cheerfulness, as well as some anticipation, as if the dark clouds had parted to reveal the bright moon. Under the snow, the sound of the zither echoed in the courtyard. The eldest princess walked forward with Chen Xiang, the court lady, at her side, holding an umbrella. The snow falling on the umbrella made a rustling sound, and the snow crunched as they stepped on the snow. When they arrived at the little Canton princess's courtyard, they saw two servant girls dressed like dumplings, their faces red from the cold, waiting for orders in front of the small building. Eldest princess. The two of them bowed. Shoo! The eldest princess couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the sound of the zither. After the song was finished, it seemed like the sound of the zither was still echoing in the snowy night. Mother! The moment the young Canton princess turned around, she saw the grand princess pouncing into her embrace. You're still practicing the zither in the middle of the night. Don't you feel tired? The grand princess said lovingly. I'm not tired at all. My zither skills improved a little last time. Now when I play the zither, I feel like there's water washing away the impurities on my body. The Canton princess bowed down. Mother, why are you back so late? You must have gone to discuss some matters with the crown prince and Pei Ziyun, right? The eldest princess laughed. You're so weird. Mother, what did you talk about today? The Canton princess asked. You're not the one who asked. The eldest princess stroked her hair. The fewer people who knew about this, the better, even if it was for the little princess's safety. Mother, the other day I heard young Master Pei's flute playing and was moved. I wish to visit him tomorrow. The Canton princess spoke shyly. No. Just as the grand princess was about to reject her, she noticed that she had lost a lot of weight. She then remembered the plan she had come up with today. After a moment of silence, she smiled and said, All right, but it has to be on the 15th day of the Lantern Festival. I will arrange it for you then. Thank you, Mother. Originally Xiao Junju was only hoping in a low voice, but this time she was extremely happy. She threw herself into the eldest princess' bosom and kissed her. You little brat. The grand princess stretched out her hand and patted the Canton princess's face. Mother, don't pinch me. Ha! The room was filled with joy and laughter. The two maidservants outside looked at each other. It had been a long time since the Canton princess had been this happy and joyful. After a while, the grand princess came out. In a blink of an eye, the zither started playing again. When she listened to it, she was filled with joy, but there was also a hint of melancholy. When the grand princess heard this, she was reminded of herself in the past, and her heart ached. She listened for a while more before asking, Does the Canton princess play the zither every day? Yes, I've invited a few famous teachers. According to them, she's progressing very quickly. In the past 1 or 2 years, she's already showing signs of being a great teacher. Congratulations, eldest princess, Chen Xiang hurriedly replied. The grand princess did not smile and sighed. If it was before, I would have liked it very much. But her passion for the zither is normal. Why is she so desperate? It must be because of Pei Ziyun's flute. Because she missed him so much, she wanted to play again. Hence, she's putting in so much effort to learn. Look at her. She's lost so much weight, and her fingernails have even turned black. Since ancient times, wisdom has always been hurt. Deep love doesn't last long. If it was in a novel, her infatuation would be touching. But when it comes to my daughter, I'd rather she'd never loved before, and never met before. As the grand princess spoke up to this point, her heart ached as she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. King Lu's mansion, the king's mansion, was second only to the crown prince's mansion. It was originally a mansion of the previous dynasty. The emperor had allocated 200,000 taels of silver to renovate it and gave it to King Lu. The mansion was surrounded by a long stream, and there was a man-made lake within. It was surrounded by a rocky mountain, and there were many pavilions scattered about. Eunuch Liao walked along the corridors and walked past a pond before entering a hall. From afar, he could hear someone talking. When he entered, he saw that King Lu was in a good mood. His eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were bright. He looked very easygoing as he spoke to a young master. Eunuch Liao was a fifth-ranked palace supervisor. Seeing him enter, everyone except King Lu stood up. Eunuch Liao greeted King Lu, who waved his hands. "Companion, you don't have to be so courteous. Apart from this time when you're away on a business trip, we've been seeing each other every day. It's not good to be courteous." "Greetings, Eunuch Liao." The young master in front of him wore a black crown, and was dressed in robes that fluttered in the wind. His eyebrows were raised, and he had an extraordinary air about him as he bowed. Dark altar sex Xie Qing Dong. Eunuch Liao knew about this and returned the greeting. He said that he wouldn't dare to do so, but his eyes were filled with vigilance. This vigilance wasn't because of anything else, but because he was extremely proficient in martial arts. At first glance, the young master in front of him looked very clear, but upon closer inspection, the young master in front of him started to blur, as though he was covered by a layer of fog. This level of strength was terrifying. On the contrary, King Lu couldn't tell. Eunuch Liao had many thoughts running through his mind, but he suppressed them. He then heard King Lu speak. "It's good that you're back. We were discussing the rumors. Tell your companion everything in detail." "Yes." Xie Qing Dong smiled. His smile was filled with sincerity and innocence. Personal matters are the hardest to explain. Other things can be explained, but how can one explain personal matters? Furthermore, the heart of a person is precious. It's important to strike at the weak spot, and strike at the weak spot. The emperor wielded the 3-foot sword to conquer the world and fought countless battles. He was shot by arrows, wounded, and exhausted. When he was young, he didn't feel it. But now that he's old, it's obvious. In recent years, the emperor has rarely visited his concubines. His concubines have been absent for a long period of time. To a man, wouldn't that be a very regrettable thing? We started from this point, saying that the crown prince had an affair with one of the concubines. That's a sore spot for the emperor. Even if the emperor doesn't believe it, we've already planted a thorn in his side. Just thinking about it makes him feel uncomfortable. Originally, we even lured people from the crown prince's palace. First, we snitched on the White Wind Monastery. Secondly, we placed an aphrodisiac in the crown prince's pouch. Wouldn't the emperor be furious if we found out about this? Who would have thought that the crown prince had some luck? Halfway through, he was disrupted by someone else. Even if he was disrupted, that's fine. As long as he had roots in the crown prince's palace, he could always start over. Who would have thought that a few days ago, the crown prince's palace would be completely wiped out? Even so, we purposely locked the person we lured into the crown prince's concubine. We wanted to find out about this and incur the wrath of the crown prince and his wife. This would infuriate the emperor even more. Who would have thought that after waiting for a few days, the crown prince's palace would be completely wiped out? All three of our plots fell through. At this point, Xie Qing Dong sighed. According to our investigations, this has a lot to do with the new sect leader of Free Cloud sect, Pei Ziyun. He's a huge enemy. Hearing this, King Lu cleared his throat and didn't interrupt. However, the matter of us spreading rumors about the crown prince has caused a huge uproar. Everyone wants to know about the affairs of the imperial family. According to what I know, the rumors have spread like wildfire. There are dozens of different versions of the story. Some of them even spread the rumors to other concubines. Eunuch Liao listened attentively and didn't interrupt. At this point, he paused for a moment before he bowed and asked, "The law doesn't apply to the nobles. I wonder how you managed to convince the people from the crown prince's palace to betray you?" "The law doesn't apply to the nobles." Xie Qing Dong laughed as he spoke in Beijing dialect. Just by listening to his accent, one could tell that he was a local, but the first is the land, and the second is the nobles. The more important a place is, the more valuable it is. It's difficult to use Tao arts there. The capital city is the most important place. Ordinary Taoists wouldn't be able to use their Tao arts there. However, ordinary people's residences are much weaker. A Taoist with a certain level of skill would still be able to use their Tao arts there. Of course, if it's the center of the country, even the strongest Taoist would find it difficult to use their Tao arts there. King Lu and eunuch Liao listened intently as Xie Qingdong continued. Speaking of nobles, the crown prince is a noble, and so is King Lu. Even you, eunuch Liao, who is a fifth-ranked martial artist, is a noble. But there are many who aren't nobles in the palace. For those servants who are of no rank, if they are close to them, they might be protected. But what about those who are further away? Of course, even if that's the case, being in the crown prince's palace, they would still have some protection. The problem is that it's hard to guard against traitors. What if the servant or maid is dissatisfied, or has a burning desire to betray their master? That's why these people can use the art of seduction. At the most crucial moment, they would be forced to do things that they wouldn't dare to do otherwise. King Lu and eunuch Liao understood what was going on and looked at each other. Xie Qingdong smiled as he took a sip of tea. He wasn't trying to undermine himself, but rather, he was trying to prove himself. This was because of the experience of the previous dynasties. If a servant of no rank were to report to his master, he would die. This was to deal with situations like this. If not, Taoists would easily stir up trouble. However, the dynasty had only been established for 10 years, and was still in the early stages of the dynasty. Hence, there were many loopholes that could be exploited. However, if something were to happen, the imperial court would be able to learn from the historical records they had passed down. Eunuch Liao then asked, even if these rumors spread like wildfire, the imperial court wouldn't believe them. What's the use of that? The officials and the commoners have different opinions. However, 3 people can become a tiger, and the public's words can be corroded. Xie Qingdong looked at eunuch Liao and spoke. If King Lu wishes to replace the crown prince and ascend to the throne, you have to have the status to replace him. The officials are all intelligent people. As long as King Lu ascends to the throne, they will obey obediently. But what about the commoners? Is it really that nice for King Lu to say that he's usurping the throne? We have to lay the foundation now. The commoners didn't believe it at first, but after a few years, they started to believe that the crown prince was licentious and tyrannical. After a while, I'm prepared to spread the word that the crown prince likes to kill people and eat their embryos. He's a beast in human form. Then when King Lu ascends to the throne, he will obey the heavens. When eunuch Liao heard this, he thought to himself that Pei Ziyun was indeed shameless. Was this how the rumors about these characters in history were spread? Then, he suddenly understood. He stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, young master, for your foresight. This old servant is extremely grateful. Xie Qingdong hurriedly stood up. I don't dare. You and I are the same master, how can I not do my best? When King Lu heard this, he folded his book and said, apart from the rumors, I'm sure you have a next step. Previously, your companion wasn't around. The next step is for the 2 of you to work together. I'm sure you'll be able to bring out the best in each other. Yes, the next step is to spread the rumors. All of us in the upper echelons know that in the past 10 years, we've been reducing the number of towns. This is something that any emperor would have to do. But the next step isn't clear. Or rather, even if we explain it clearly, we don't dare to think too much about it. We can spread the rumor that the crown prince has written a petition to reduce the number of towns. I'm sure the crown prince has a few words to quote. If King Lu were to express his goodwill, how would the towns respond? Chapter 240. King Lu listened quietly and didn't utter a single word. His eyes were dark and gloomy. When eunuch Liao heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, I've never seen such a shameless person before. He knew that although this plan was simple, it was indeed the case. All the towns were facing the threat of being demoted, and some of them were even imprisoned. All the generals were in a state of panic. At this point, as long as they stretched out their hands, even if it was a straw, they would grab it. Even if they didn't dare to hate the emperor, they could still hate the crown prince. Eunuch Liao wanted to ask more questions, but noticed a eunuch standing at the door. He then snapped out of his daze and stood up. King Lu, I was too engrossed in my conversation and forgot about the important matters. I'm here to inform you that the preparations for the Lantern Festival have been completed. You have to enter the palace to see the emperor. King Lu nodded his head and laughed. Young Master Xie, although you're not the sect leader of Dark Altar sect, you're a Tao master. I like you very much. This time, I shall enter the palace and fight for the title of Tao master for you. You continue to advise me. When I ascend the throne, I shall reward you accordingly. You shall be given the title of true sovereign. When Xie Qingdong heard this, he stopped smiling and bowed respectfully. He then smiled. King Lu's kindness, this humble subject shall repay it with my life. King Lu stood up and waved his hands. Get up. I shall enter the palace to see the emperor. The few of you shall discuss these plans in the afternoon and write them out. When I'm back, show them to me. The emperor's health hasn't been well lately. If we want to topple the crown prince, we have to hurry. If not, if the emperor dies, the crown prince can ascend the throne without a will. When that happens, even if we have a large army, we'll still be in a passive position. As for Free Cloud Sect and Pei Ziyun, they're just paradise. When the crown prince falls, I shall crush them into dust. Yes. The two of them replied loudly. Xie Qingdong's heart trembled. He was a man who could see the bigger picture from small clues. Just from these words alone, he knew that King Lu's knowledge wasn't as little as he thought it was. When he told King Lu everything, he had unknowingly crossed the threshold of King Lu's trust. As he watched King Lu leave, Xie Qingdong's eyes were filled with melancholy. King Lu didn't seal me, nor did he have the authority to do so. But just now, I felt as though I was just a step away from becoming an Earth immortal, and the unbreakable barrier around me loosened. Obtaining the title of enlightened being might not be enough to break this barrier, but obtaining the title of true sovereign might be enough. Damn it! Is this dragon energy really that strong? I, a Taoist cultivator, have been cultivating day and night for more than 10 years. Is that not even comparable to a piece of imperial edict? Even Taoism is shrouded in the shadow of the imperial court. Only a blessed land is a Taoism, but a blessed land, as the name suggests, is still a land. No matter how you look at it, it is easy to be affected by external forces. I'm afraid that they don't even need to mobilize tens of thousands of people to cut off rivers and move mountains. Only by becoming a paradise can one create their own heaven and earth. Although this heaven and earth is only a minor world, its defensive power will increase greatly. However, it is only defense. Only when one's fleshly body becomes that of an earth immortal, and not an immortal spirit, can one resist the draconic chi. Even then, it will be difficult to defend against the onslaught of an army of thousands. Perhaps only in the legends can one's physical body truly achieve the Tao. When one's world, body, and soul all become perfected lords, they can ignore the dragon chi and even turn the tables. 3 Yi and 2 Guo, true monarchs. This one and only Tao fruit will belong to me, Xie Qingdong. Thinking of this, Xie Qingdong's eyes burned with fire. He turned and left through the snow. Pier 2 ox carts were moving. The one in front was extremely luxurious. The curtains of the ox cart were made of golden silk and embroidered with floral patterns. The handles of the ox cart were gilded with a layer of gold and looked extremely dazzling. The other ox cart followed closely behind. One look and one could tell that everyone was out on a journey. Everyone who had nothing better to do would make way for them. The first ox-cart was made of paulownia wood with silver inlays. The wooden flooring and walls were painted with oil. It was made of glass and had velvet curtains hanging from it. The seats were even covered with soft cushions, making it look like a thick mattress. There was a small table with an incense burner on it. Within the incense burner there was smoke rising into the air. The most important thing was that there was a layer of charcoal burning beneath the floor. Steam rose up from the charcoal. There were 2 people sitting on either side of the table. It was Pei Ziyun and the Canton princess. From time to time, sounds of laughter could be heard. A granny was sitting beside the ox-cart driver, and would occasionally look behind them. "Can you please help me write a poem?" the Canton princess pleaded. Without waiting for a reply, she took out an inkstone and scooped up some water. She then ground the ink into the inkstone. Writing a poem is a stroke of genius. If you urge me, I won't be able to write a good one. Even if I can't write one, I can still write one. It's fine if it's a little flat. Let me think about it. Pei Ziyun nodded his head as he looked out the window at the passing streets. He then looked at the pedestrians on both sides of the street. He was deep in thought, and didn't even notice that the ox-cart had stopped. He closed his eyes and pondered for some time before picking up the brush. The heavens speak of the spring snow, the thick clouds hang low over the forbidden city. 10,000 horses fight to return home, the falling catkins and flying flowers turn into mud. Your poem is really good, the Canton princess said as she carefully blew the ink dry and rolled it up. She then laughed. Can I call you Brother Pei? Ha, Canton princess is too kind, Pei Ziyun said as he sighed. At this point the granny whispered, Young Master Pei, young mistress, we've arrived at the pier. Let's go, I'll bring you to my boat to take a look, Pei Ziyun said. All right. The Canton princess hurried off happily. She was very interested in Pei Ziyun's boat. The group of them alighted from the boat and felt the cold wind piercing their bones. There were many boats anchored at the pier. After a few turns, they finally arrived at Pei Ziyun's boat. This was an ordinary merchant's boat, and there were many laborers working on it. However, it was the Lantern Festival today, and there weren't many people on the pier. At this point, Ren Wei was supervising as an accountant was recording the goods that the laborers were transporting. When Ren Wei saw Pei Ziyun, he stepped forward, Young master. Just do what you need to do. Let me introduce you to the Canton princess from the Grand Princess's palace. When Ren Wei heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly bowed. His heart was filled with admiration for Pei Ziyun. The accountant was actually sent out by the Grand Princess's merchant house. With the Grand Princess's approval, he was able to open up the market for goods in the capital. Now, he even managed to bring the Grand Princess's precious daughter out. At this point, Ren Wei was truly impressed. Pei Ziyun didn't know what Ren Wei was thinking as he led the Canton princess to look at the boat. Look, this is my new boat. It's 8 feet long and 3 feet wide. It cost me 7,000 taels of silver. It has 3 levels. The first level is on the deck and has a dining room and a kitchen. Opposite it is a tea room. The second level is for esteemed guests. There are 6 of them, and the bottom holds can be used to store goods. As they walked, they finally arrived at the study room. An old maid followed them as the Canton princess looked at the books in the study room and exclaimed, Brother Pei, there are so many books in this room. As she spoke, she took a look at the books. The both of them chatted for some time before the Canton princess flipped to the Romance of the Western Wing. She looked surprised. You're a fan of Wine in a Cup as well? I really like this book. Wah, there's so much more. I haven't read this one before. It's called Resisting the Pirates. Is this a story as well? This is about young master's mission in Ing Prefecture. Someone wrote a story about it. I've read it before. Although it's a little exaggerated, it's not fake. Ren Wei spoke out. Ah, it's about Brother Pei? the Canton princess said excitedly as she took out the book and flipped through it. As soon as she started reading, she fell silent. Seeing her so quiet, Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. Ren Wei turned around and said, "Young master, everything has been unloaded and handed over." As he spoke, he handed the documents over. Pei Ziyun took a look at the documents and saw that everything was recorded very clearly. After deducting the cost of the voyage, they had made a profit of 2,700 taels. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun was extremely satisfied. He then handed over 100 taels of silver to Ren Wei. "You've worked hard. You can follow this ship back to rest. You can also go to your county to take the imperial examinations. This is your reward." Hearing these words, Ren Wei couldn't help but feel elated. He accepted the banknote and said, "Many thanks, young master. If you manage to pass the imperial examinations, there's no need for you to come back. If you fail, a month from now, all 3 ships will take turns heading to the capital to trade. You'll have to make the necessary arrangements." Pei Ziyun paused before speaking. "Yes, young master." Although Ren Wei was elated, the moment he started talking about serious matters, his expression turned serious. The Canton princess didn't speak much and continued reading the book. When she was done, the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside as night fell. Phew! The Canton princess let out a long sigh before exhaling. She then closed the book. "This book is really good to read. It's so valiant and heroic." The Canton princess cupped her cheeks as she spoke. She had a complicated look in her eyes as she looked at Pei Ziyun. She didn't expect Pei Ziyun to be not only good-looking, but also able to lead troops into battle. This was exactly what she had envisioned for the man of her dreams. "Your Highness, the night market lantern show is about to begin," the old maid reminded her. "Let's go. We'll head to the pier and head all the way to the imperial city." Pei Ziyun was extremely satisfied. He then glanced at a piece of paper. It was a message from He Qing. What he meant was that the gold had already been hidden on Golden Island, and everything was being built according to young master's instructions. Moreover, this ship had been sent over to serve as the flagship. The two of them walked onto the street. Mo did not follow them, but Chen Xiang followed from afar. Today was the Lantern Festival, and the streets were bustling with activity. There were lanterns everywhere on the left and right sides of the street. People were coming and going, young boys and girls, and even families were out on the streets. The Canton princess was a little shy as she followed beside Pei Ziyun. She thought back to that year's Lantern Festival. It was exactly like today, with people walking around and fireworks everywhere. That night, Pei Ziyun's mother made things difficult for him. He then composed a poem in 7 steps. That man is only at the end of the lantern. Pei Ziyun's talents and looks were deeply imprinted in her mind. Today, after reading the story of the resistance against the pirates, she felt that it would be difficult to find someone like him in this world. Thinking this way, the Canton princess stole a glance at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought when he turned around and smiled. "I haven't given this ship a name yet. What do you think we should call it?" "What do you think of Lan Shan?" The Canton princess had just thought of the phrase, "That man is only at the end of the lantern," and blurted it out. Pei Ziyun laughed. "Good, that's a good name. Let's call it that." As he spoke, he led the Canton princess down the street. They could see many food stalls on both sides of the street. The lantern market was starting to take shape. After walking a few steps, they saw many red and white lanterns hanging high up in the sky, forming a huge circle around the lantern. There were many different colored pieces of paper pasted on them. If one guessed the answer to the riddle or wrote the couplet, he could take the lantern and take it with him. The pinwheel could also spin and pick the lantern that he liked. Pei Ziyun walked closer as the owner of the lantern laughed. "As long as anyone guesses correctly, they can take the lantern." Seeing that there was no one around, the owner of the lantern whispered, "Dao Master, I saw General Chen who coming here to watch the lanterns. He even brought his personal guards with him. Are you sure? I'm sure. I definitely recognize General Chun, who, although his personal guards were dressed in plain clothes, it would be too easy to recognize them. Pei Ziyun relaxed. As long as there was one, his plan would be successful. Chapter 241. They continued to stroll along the street until they reached Heaven Street. Heaven Street led to the Imperial Palace. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter, but at this time, it was open to the public. There were all kinds of lanterns on both sides. The sound of firecrackers could be heard incessantly. Every household was wearing masks and carrying lanterns out of their houses. There were too many people, and Pei Ziyun was afraid that they would get separated. He pulled the Canton Princess along with him. After a while, he saw another pinwheel with lanterns. It was similar to the one before, but the lanterns on it could spin. There were many pieces of paper pasted on it, with all sorts of couplets and riddles written on them. General Li Anjuan and General Lu Xing have also brought their troops here, the Lantern Master said in a low voice. There are 3 of them. That's enough. Inform them that we can start the operation. Pei Ziyun said softly, as if he was talking to himself and trying to guess the riddles. After saying that, he raised his voice. A bow with 2 arrows waiting to be fired? That's easy, it's just the character Fu. The Lamp Master pretended to be surprised. You guessed it. I wanted to keep it for the night. Haha, then I shall accept. I shall take your lantern. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and took the lantern. Dear customer, you are right. The lantern is yours. The owner of the lantern wasn't angry at him. He shouted, Come quickly, whoever guesses correctly can take it. Several people rushed over and the stall became lively. As long as it was a lantern, unless it was a coincidence, it must belong to the Crown Prince or the Grand Princess. Pei Ziyun laughed to himself. Since he had completed his mission, he wanted to hand over the lantern as soon as possible. Even though he was pretending to be cold, Pei Ziyun did not expose him. He handed the lantern over to the Canton Princess, who accepted it happily. At this point, Pei Ziyun's eyes swept across the crowd. A strong-looking man stood at the stall for a while before he turned around and left. The Canton Princess carried the lantern forward and saw a sweet potato stall in the distance. A young man and a young woman dressed in ordinary clothes were standing in front of the stall. The young man carefully picked up a roasted sweet potato and gave half of it to the young woman. The young woman leaned on his shoulder and looked at each other with a sweet smile. The Canton Princess, who was in the crowd, saw this scene and was filled with envy. Could this be love? The Canton Princess thought to herself as she pulled Pei Ziyun along. She then pointed at the sweet potato that was being roasted and said, I want to eat this too. Boss, give me one. Pei Ziyun said. The old man used a pair of fire tongs to dig out the ashes from the sweet potato. He reached out and gently patted the ashes off the sweet potato. Then, he wrapped the sweet potato in a piece of straw paper and handed it over. Hot! The Canton Princess stretched out her hand to receive the sweet potato. Pei Ziyun caught it and gently blew on her hand. As Pei Ziyun blew on her hand, her face turned red. Let the sweet potato cool down before you eat it. Pei Ziyun laughed as he dusted it off. He then split it into 2 halves and handed them over. It's hot, slow down. Pei Ziyun threw a string of money down. The sweet potato was steaming hot. The Canton Princess blushed as she received the sweet potato and ate it slowly. At this point, a man walked by with a lantern in his hand. The red light from the lantern illuminated his face. Pei Ziyun noticed that his clothes were not new, but had been washed clean. His eyes were bright and gentle, and his expression was warm and gentle. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw that his eyes were red. What's wrong? Pei Ziyun asked softly. I'm too happy. It would be great if I could be like this every day. The Canton Princess hesitated before mumbling softly. You can call me Chi Chinya. That's my name. Canton Princess can be addressed as such. The Canton Princess said softly, as if she had expended a lot of courage. When she finished speaking, she lowered her head to her chest. Pei Ziyun was shocked when he heard this. Before he could finish his thoughts, a voice rang out from afar. The Crown Prince is patrolling the streets on behalf of the heavens. Make way, everyone make way. The sound of armored soldiers could be heard from the front. A group of imperial guards were clad in armor and wielding long spears, clearing the way for the Crown Prince. Today, the Crown Prince was patrolling the streets, and there were already signs posted on the street. Everyone on the streets made way for the Crown Prince. The peddlers and pedestrians craned their necks to get a better look. At this point, the bustling streets were extremely crowded. Boom! Fireworks exploded in the sky. The sky was filled with all sorts of colors. It was a beautiful sight to behold. How beautiful! The Canton Princess leaned against Pei Ziyun's side as she looked up at the sky. Her face was slightly red under the illumination of the fireworks, and her eyes were shining brightly. Tonight was a night for the two of them. The person she liked was right beside her. As the fireworks lit up, the Canton Princess felt extremely blissful. At this point, the dragon dance was still going on. In front of them were two golden lions, and behind them was a long dragon. This dragon had 20 segments, and was being danced by dozens of people. At this point, the armored soldiers continued to move forward, parting the crowd and forming a line. Pei Ziyun and the Canton Princess squeezed to one side. The fire dragon that was dancing was ordered to move to one side by the soldiers. Although the fire dragon had been lowered, the dragon's head was still standing. The dragon's body and tail were still extended, making it difficult to see who was inside. At this point, the fireworks dimmed, and the night sky darkened as well. The Crown Prince has arrived. All of a sudden, voices could be heard. When they looked up, they saw 12 people holding lanterns and leading the way. There were also 12 dragon flags. There were eunuchs and 36 imperial guards. In the middle of the crowd, the Crown Prince was seated on the Crown Prince's chariot. The chariot was surrounded by a vermilion railing, which was decorated with gold. Inside the railing, there was a floral carpet. 2 serving maids stood beside him, holding 2 huge fans. In an instant, tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Crown Prince! Long live the Emperor!" The Canton Princess was standing by his side, and had not finished her sweet potato. She then said softly, "Brother Pei, when Brother Crown Prince comes out, he looks so majestic." As soon as she said this, a firework exploded. It seemed like it was aimed in the wrong direction. It wasn't aimed at the sky, but at the Imperial Guards instead. At this point, the crowd was thrown into chaos. As the firework exploded, the crowd dispersed and broke through the armored soldiers. "Protect the Crown Prince!" Dozens of Imperial Guards rushed towards the Crown Prince, guarding him. They were like tigers watching their prey, guarding against any ambushes. Fireworks continued to explode, and everyone was in a state of panic. The soldiers who were originally guarding the Crown Prince started to clash with the crowd. Many soldiers were shouting, "Don't rush, don't rush! Block it!" Someone shouted out. However, as the firework shot into the crowd, everyone dodged it. The crowd was already crowded, and now the crowd was in chaos. Pei Ziyun frowned. This was too chaotic. If he wasn't careful, something big might happen. The chaos would be uncontrollable. Who was it that suggested to the Crown Prince to use fireworks? If the crowd was in chaos, even the Crown Prince wouldn't be able to control it. Pei Ziyun pulled the Canton Princess to his side and protected her. The Canton Princess seemed to be taken aback, as the dragon's head fell to the ground. The dragon's head was huge, and broke through the soldiers who were blocking it. The dragon's head continued to move forward, knocking over several soldiers who were trying to help the Crown Prince. "Thief, how dare you!" One of the soldiers drew his sword and chopped the dragon's head off. At this point, the Canton princess turned her staff into a long spear and charged forward, shouting, "Dog Crown Prince, hand over your life. There's an assassin!" Someone shouted out as several imperial guards hurriedly stood in front of the Crown Prince. Although there were soldiers and imperial guards, they were patrolling the street. Where would they find any crossbows or other weapons? Against the long spears, they were forced to retreat. Seeing this, a middle-aged man within the crowd looked on for some time before waving his hands. "Kill!" Following this command, dozens of soldiers drew their swords and charged forward. This man was rather indirect, and did not attack directly. One of the generals threw his robes aside and shouted, "Traitor, how dare you! Protect the Crown Prince!" This man shouted out loudly as he led his soldiers forward, seemingly to protect the Crown Prince. Half of his swords were drawn, and there were still 10 people in front of the Crown Prince. The rest were engaged in battle with the black-robed men. At this point, the general charged forward, threatening the Crown Prince. The soldiers from afar started to push forward. "Which mansion are you from? What are you doing? Get lost!" The leader of the guards saw that the situation was getting out of hand and stepped forward to reprimand them. "Capture the assassin." Amidst the flames, one could see that this man was around 40 to 50 years old. His face was ashen, and his eyes were squinted. He looked extremely terrifying. This was General Chen who gave a signal. One of Chen Hu's personal guards saw the look on the general's face and suddenly pounced forward and slashed down with his saber. The Imperial Guard's pupils shrank and he took a step back. The saber slashed across his chest and blood flowed out. Kill the traitor!" The guard shouted out. This General Chen, who was a soldier, and had fought many battles. Although he wasn't young, he was well versed in the art of war. In an instant, he closed the distance between him and the enemy. His sword techniques and strength were all executed in a single breath. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. "Oh!" The guard readied his sword as he stumbled forward. His chest had been sliced open, and fresh blood spurted out. "Kill!" A large group of people charged forward. When the Canton princess saw this, she screamed out, "Ah! It's all right, it's all right. Everything will be fine." Pei Ziyun pulled the Canton princess into his arms to comfort her. He then pulled her to the side. At this point, an imperial guard raised a firework and released it. The firework exploded in the sky. At the same time, the lantern owners and passers-by shouted out, "Kill the traitor!" They all drew their swords and charged towards the traitor. At this point, it was difficult to separate them. "We've fallen into a trap." General Chen, whose face turned pale as a chill ran down his spine. He then shouted out, "Quick, kill them all! It's a pity that half a lifetime of hard work has gone down the drain, and even brought disaster to the 3 tribes. Pei Ziyun glanced at him, and didn't need to use his Yin master to know that this person was covered in black energy. There was no way to save him. There are 3 of them." 2 of them called for their personal guards to attack, while they stayed behind and didn't move. Only this Chen Hu, I don't know if it's because he's eager to claim credit or something. He actually dared to attack personally? Don't tell me he doesn't know that if he used his personal guards to kill the Crown Prince, he could be considered an assassin. But if he were to kill the Crown Prince for King Lu would have to kill him to uphold justice. What an idiot! But when I think about it, since the founding of the empire there have been many different kinds of arrogant people. Not everyone is a smart person. It's not surprising that there's Chen Hu. As he thought about this, Pei Ziyun didn't hesitate as he pulled the Canton princess along and retreated. This place had become a battlefield, and it wouldn't be good if they were caught in the crossfire. Pung! He smashed open the door of a shop. Seeing that it was the 2nd floor, he pulled the Canton princess up to the 2nd floor and opened up a window. Looking down from above, everything in front of him became clear. Quick! Following the sound of the firework, thousands of soldiers rushed over like a tidal wave. They were orderly and orderly. First, they sealed off the entire street, not allowing anyone to escape. Then, they started killing their way into the city. Chapter 242. Pei Zi-yun looked up and saw a general around 40 years of age. He had a stern expression on his face and was clad in armor. As he ran over, the sound of his armor clanking could be heard. It wasn't just this person, all the other officers behind him were doing the same. The soldiers were all clad in dark red paper armor. Looking at the red clouds, they rushed out from the alley and shouted, "Do not move, all of you kneel down." The Canton princess was filled with fear. When she heard the shouts of the soldiers, she opened her eyes and looked at the scene. At this point, the crowd of people who were running away all knelt down in front of the soldiers. The Canton princess heaved a sigh of relief. She then realized that she was in Pei Zi-yun's embrace, and her face turned red. "Kneel down, kneel down." The surrounding soldiers raised their bows. "Whoever dares to move will be killed without mercy." A few of them still wanted to fight, but heard an order, "Shoot." The sound of arrows piercing through the air could be heard as a volley of arrows pierced through the crowd of people who were trying to resist. Blood splattered everywhere. The arrows were fired at close range, and the power of the arrows was maximized. Cries of pain could be heard, and the remaining people lost the courage to resist. Chen, who still wanted to resist. Pooh! An arrow pierced through his thigh, and he fell to the ground. Several people rushed forward and held him down. "Take them all down," someone ordered. The remaining general panicked as he took out a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and was about to swallow it. A nearby officer saw this and slapped him across the face, causing the general's face to swell up. The piece of paper flew out of his hand. What happened? The leader of the generals did not expect something like this to happen. He picked up the piece of paper and looked at it. His face changed, and his hands started trembling. "It's done." Pei Zi-yun sighed in relief when he saw this. Pei Zi-yun looked at the snow falling from the sky, and did not speak for a long time. Imperial City, midnight. The snow was everywhere, and the red walls were covered with a layer of silver. The wind howled, and the wind chimes were ringing loudly. The guards and soldiers stood in 2 rows. In front of the Hall of Literature, several officials were waiting. They were dressed in official robes, and were discussing the attack on the Crown Prince yesterday. There was some worry on the faces of these officials. The news had come out in the middle of the night yesterday. They were all important officials, so they could see the crux of the matter at a glance. The 2 kings fighting for the throne was not a blessing for the imperial court. At this point, a red-robed eunuch walked out from within the hall. Prime Minister Liang Yuanji, Grand Secretary Duan Shou and Zhou Jin request an audience. The 3 of them tidied themselves up and followed the eunuchs inside with ivory tablets in their hands. As soon as he walked in, he saw the emperor sitting and looking into the palace hall. It was unknown what he was thinking. Below him was Count Zongqin, who had a solemn expression on his face. Prime Minister Liang Yuanji raised his head slightly and saw that the emperor's face was a little pale, and his expression was one of anger. Not far away, he threw a memorial on the ground, as if he had lost his temper. "I called you in for one thing." When the emperor saw that everyone had gathered, he asked coldly, "Last night, the crown prince was attacked by an assassin. Someone sent a message from King Lu, and ordered the generals to bring troops to protect the crown prince. This matter has to be clarified." Hearing the emperor's question, none of the officials dared to speak. Only the emperor's coughing could be heard. The emperor stopped coughing and glanced at them coldly. "Take the note and show it to everyone." "Yes." The eunuch passed the note down. The crown prince had been assassinated. Chen Hu, Lian Jun and Lu Sheng had been ordered by King Lu to bring their troops to Sky Road. Chen Hu had even surrounded the crown prince to attack him. All the officials knew about this. Now that the emperor had asked this question, all the officials were sweating profusely, and didn't make a sound. How did you all become mute? Count Zhongqin, you're the first to take a look. The emperor spoke, and all the officials could feel his anger. Count Zhongqin acknowledged and took the note. Although he had read it twice, he still read it carefully. After a while, he handed it over to Prime Minister Liang Yuanji. When Liang Yuanji received it, his heart was thumping furiously. King Lu's message. This matter is urgent. I order you to send 10 soldiers to protect the crown prince. This is to ensure his safety. He looked at it several times before he passed it to the other officials without saying a word. All of you take a look, take a look. Tell me, is it King Lu who is being reckless? Or is someone trying to sow discord? All of you have to speak. The emperor saw that all the officials were silent and spoke out coldly. Grand Scholar Duan Shou scrutinized the note. Your Majesty, I've looked at this note several times, and it does seem to be written by King Lu himself. However, King Lu has been a king for a long time, and has been in charge of military affairs for many years. His handwriting has spread far and wide, and could be easily forged. Hence, I dare not say for sure. Grand Scholar Zhou Jin shook his head. This handwriting seems to be the same, but not the same. It's only the shape, but not the spirit. It's not King Lu's handwriting, and can't be used to convict King Lu. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The emperor didn't comment further, but turned to look at the Prime Minister. My beloved subject, what do you think? Hearing the emperor's words, Liang Yuanji glanced at the emperor before he lowered his head and spoke. Your Majesty, let's not talk about whether this is true or not. This could be a ploy by a villain, or it could be a handwriting. However, the most urgent matter now isn't this. It's the assassination of the Crown Prince. During the Lantern Festival at Sky Road, such a huge incident happened, and everyone was watching. Although there's a ban on this, I'm afraid rumors have already spread. Even the imperial court is in a state of unrest. When I came over earlier, I saw that some of the officials weren't asleep yet, and were discussing amongst themselves. Although I reprimanded them, it's difficult to stop them. We have to quickly quell the effects of this incident. The Crown Prince has come out to patrol, and to show that he's fine. King Lu's assassination shouldn't be pursued for now. Although everyone knows about the assassination, they don't know that it has anything to do with King Lu. Hence, we can't announce it to the public. Chen Hu, Lian Jun and Lu Xing, the 3 generals, disobeyed the imperial edict and brought their troops into Sky Road. This is treason, and must be dealt with swiftly. Hearing these words, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Only the sounds of heavy breathing could be heard. Count Zhongqin stepped forward. Your Majesty, this subject agrees. The Qian dynasty will soon be in a state of chaos. It's a taboo to deploy troops without permission. The assassination of the Crown Prince and King Lu concerns the future of the country. It's best to keep this under wraps and deal with it quickly. This subject agrees as well. Grand Secretary Duan Shou then spoke out. Your Majesty, Chen Hu attacked the Crown Prince, and under the watchful eyes of so many people, it's hard to cover up this matter. We have to deal with this matter immediately. Lian Jun and Lu Xing have colluded with Chen Hu. They should be treated as criminals and should be punished with death. But we must not implicate King Lu. The imperial court has been established, and the emperor of the dynasty is used to it. If we were to implicate King Lu, the hearts of the people would be uneasy, and this would lead to trouble. Hearing this, the emperor nodded his head and issued a decree. Pass the decree. Suspend the use of King Lu's imperial seal, and shut the doors to reflect on his mistakes. Assign guards to watch over him, and check to see if there's anyone suspicious. Count Zhongqin, you and Grand Secretary Duan Shou shall interrogate the 3 generals, and conclude this case as soon as possible. The emperor spoke as his face flushed red, and he started coughing uncontrollably. The prime minister was waiting for the emperor to give his orders. The emperor then spoke to Liang Yuanji. I haven't been feeling well recently. Follow my instructions and visit the Crown Prince. If he's fine, summon him to the palace for an audience. Yes. Zhao Yuanji understood what was going on and replied loudly. Everyone retreated out of the room, leaving the emperor coughing uncontrollably. The emperor then sighed, "Don't you think I've been a failure in my life? There are still dozens of military vassals under the heavens. The crown prince is too soft, and King Lu is too vicious. Ai, if only one of them was the same person." The eunuch stood by the side and didn't speak a word. King Lu's mansion, study bookshelf was placed by the side, and was filled with books. 2 beast-shaped furnaces were burning brightly, and the wind outside was piercing to the bone. At this point, the room was warm and comfortable, just like the orchid painting that was hanging on the wall. Xie Qingdong waved his brush as a eunuch was grinding ink. When he was done, Xie Qingdong blew on the ink before handing it over to the eunuch. These few days, Xie Qingdong had been plotting against King Lu. Looking at the article in front of him, Eunuch Liao was shocked as he thought of Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was a Taoist as well, which was very impressive. He then raised his head to look at Xie Qingdong and sighed. Could it be that all the talented people under the heavens have gone to Taoist sects? He then looked at it carefully. That's impressive. If this plan of shifting the blame to King Lu succeeds, all the armies under the heavens will be under King Lu's command. Xie Qingdong laughed. Actually, I'm just borrowing from Yang Lu. There's a saying, the emperor is always good. Bad people are always surrounded by bad people. The emperor has decided to remove the military power from the cities, and all the generals under the heavens are gnashing their teeth in fear. This rumor seems to be directed towards the crown prince, but in actual fact, it's King Lu who has expressed his support for them. When you fall into the river, you won't even let go of a single straw of hope. What's more, it's King Lu's boat. Everyone who knows there's a problem will respond to King Lu. The emperor's health isn't good. It would be best if King Lu could take over the crown prince position. If not, we would have to rely on these military towns. However, if that was the case, it would be difficult to flatten these military towns one by one. Dessou's population would be halved in 300 years, but this was not important to Xie Qingdong. All he had to do was to borrow the dragon energy to break through to the Earth Immortal stage. Just as he was thinking about this, Xie Qingdong's blood started to boil as his hair stood on end. His heart started to race, as though something bad was about to happen. He knew something wasn't right. At this point in time, he was in King Lu's palace and couldn't use any Taoist arts. He then started meditating and closed his eyes. When he looked at himself, he realized that he was surrounded by a thick layer of black qi. Calamity qi? Xie Qingdong knew that something was wrong. He then said, "Eunuch, please take care of this memorial. I have to go to the monastery once more to pass on some instructions." Eunuch Liao looked at Xie Qingdong and was surprised. "It's the middle of the night and you're going out?" He felt that these Taoists were acting weird, but he didn't suspect anything. He then laughed, "Young master, please go. This is the token that allows you to leave. Take it and return it to me when you return tomorrow. If not, you won't be able to leave. I shall take care of this memorial now and pass it to King Lu." Xie Qingdong received it and bowed before turning around to leave. When he walked out, he saw that it was snowing heavily. He noticed that the door had been sealed, and a lantern was hanging from the eaves. As he walked along the road, he noticed that there were black-robed guards standing guard every few steps. They were all armed with a halberd and a bow. When he reached this point, Xie Qingdong squinted his eyes and frowned. He glanced at the lantern behind him before he walked out. Indeed, when he reached the door, he was stopped. At this point, the sky was already bright. From afar, he could see 4 guards standing at the door. The door wasn't open yet. One of the guards looked at him and smiled. "So it's young Master Xie. There's no reason for me not to trust you. However, there's a rule to open the door. Young Master Xie, you just have to wait for 2 hours. I'm under orders. It's an urgent matter. Take a look at this token. Although Xie Qingdong was anxious, he was calm and collected. He then retrieved a golden token. Under the light of the lantern, the token gleamed coldly. When the guard saw it, he hurriedly replied, "Then I shall open it immediately. However, it can only be the side door." Xie Qingdong nodded his head as a gust of wind blew past him. He couldn't help but shiver. Seeing that the side door had opened, he then walked out of the door. The moment he walked out, he felt his entire body relax. Chapter 243. It was snowing lightly, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and there were almost no pedestrians. Under the reflection of the snow, one could vaguely see the main gate. In front of the mansion, there were armored soldiers patrolling, flags fluttering in the wind. Not too far away from King Lu's palace, several shops were lit up. Looking around, they were selling wonton soup pancake. Pei Ziyun chose one of the inns. As soon as Xie Qingdong arrived at the door, a manservant wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket greeted him. "Sir, do you want some wontons? I'd like some wine to warm up and some dishes. I'd like a bowl of wonton as well. Are there any seats on the second floor?" Xie Qingdong asked. "Sir, there is a table on the second floor, please." Xie Qingdong was seated near the window of King Lu's palace. "Sir, we'll be there soon." The waiter turned around and left. When he opened the window, the wind blew in, bringing with it some snowflakes. However, Xie Qingdong did not mind. From afar, everything looked normal. He frowned. What went wrong? The wine was served immediately. It was still scalded. Xie Qingdong poured himself a cup and drank it. He suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were warmed up. Following that, a few side dishes were served. Xie Qingdong had been busy the whole night. His stomach was empty, but even if he had something on his mind, he still ate everything delicious. Suddenly he heard the sound of horse hooves. Startled, he looked over and saw a large group of armored soldiers walking over. They were on foot and on horseback, looking very orderly. "It's the Emperor's personal army." When Xie Qingdong saw this, he knew that something was wrong. There were about 300 of them, and they were all gathered in front of King Lu's palace. They were in formation, and exuded a dignified aura. Their military discipline was strict, and there wasn't a hint of commotion. A general dismounted from his horse and looked around. He didn't say a word and waved his hand. The foot soldiers stepped forward and surrounded the walls of King Lu's palace. There were sentries every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. Why would the Emperor's personal army surround the Wangfu? Xie Qingdong didn't say anything. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in his heart and he couldn't help but shiver. Just then, he heard a conversation from the table next to him. "You don't know, but something big happened last night. The Crown Prince was ambushed, and several of his guards were killed. With the curfew in the middle of the night, many people can't go home and have to spend the night in a nearby hotel. Looks like these soldiers are here to protect King Lu's palace." The Crown Prince was attacked? Xie Qingdong's complexion changed. He knew that something big had happened. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He threw out a silver coin and said, "Keep the change." With that, he turned around and left. The waiter's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had only taken a few mouthfuls, and he was leaving just like that? However, the money had already been paid. The waiter mumbled, "What a rich young master." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of roasted chicken and took a bite. When he looked out the window, he saw that King Lu's palace was surrounded and was shocked. Not good, there are soldiers surrounding King Lu's palace. Hearing the waiter's exclamation, the people in the building who hadn't been paying attention all squeezed towards the window to look. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Don't talk nonsense. Trouble comes from the mouth. The boss scolded the waiter. Aren't you going to clean up? Crown Prince's palace. The Crown Prince had already washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. His face was full of joy, but his complexion was still a little pale. Last night, he had personally witnessed the general brazenly killing the imperial bodyguards. He still had lingering fears, but in the end, he had succeeded. On the right, Pei Ziyun and the Grand Princess were seated. They were holding onto a porcelain teacup and were drinking ginseng soup. The beast furnace was constantly emitting hot steam, causing the entire room to feel warm and cozy. Today, Pei Ziyun was dressed in a white robe with patterns on it. He had a light red belt around his waist, and was drinking the ginseng soup as well. This plan is very effective. I wonder how King Lu will be reprimanded by my father. The Crown Prince mumbled to himself, as though he was in a dream. When the Grand Princess finished drinking, she exhaled deeply and stood up. Speaking of which, I believe that there will be officials who will come to visit the Crown Prince today. The Crown Prince has been attacked by an assassin, and it's impossible for them to ignore it. Perhaps there will be an imperial physician who will come. We have to come up with an excuse first, and deal with them when the time comes. The Grand Princess was very meticulous, as she explained these small matters clearly. Aunt is right. What do you think? The Crown Prince looked at Pei Ziyun. His trust in Pei Ziyun had increased by leaps and bounds. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Pei Ziyun paused for some time before replying. For something like this to happen, the Emperor might have his suspicions. That's one of the reasons. Secondly, most fathers, unless they have no other choice, would always think of protecting their children. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. There are likes and dislikes, but there's a limit. Whoever crosses the line would be beaten up. Regarding the assassination attempt, although the Crown Prince is the victim, if you continue to push the issue, it would arouse the Emperor's suspicions. Especially since the Emperor doesn't have many children. There are only 3 of them, and it's even more difficult to injure them. Hence, the Crown Prince mustn't throw stones at someone who's down. The Emperor will definitely question me. You can just say that King Lu and I are blood brothers, and that the assassination attempt was a ploy by some vile person. There's no reason to punish me. If the Crown Prince says this, then the Emperor will be able to make up his mind to get rid of King Lu's spies in the capital city. If the Crown Prince continues to push the issue, the Emperor will not be pleased. He might even try to protect King Lu. Crown Prince, think about it. You're a father. Even if you've chosen a son, don't you wish for your brothers to live in harmony? Don't you wish for your other sons to have some dignity? When the Crown Prince heard this, he sighed. That's indeed the case. Pei Ziyun laughed. You're the Crown Prince, and have the right to do so. There's no need for you to be so ruthless towards King Lu. All you have to do is wipe him out, and prevent him from interfering. As for other matters, when you ascend the throne, all the power under the heavens will be in your hands. What right does King Lu have to fight with you? The Crown Prince nodded his head profusely as he sat down. He then stretched out his hand and took a sip of the ginseng soup before saying, That's the logic, that's the logic. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Prime Minister Liang Yuanji requests an audience. Just as the discussion in the room ended, a eunuch's voice could be heard from outside. The Crown Prince had just heard Pei Ziyun's words and was still thinking about it. After some time he replied, All right, I'll be there immediately. He then stood up and left in a hurry. When the Grand Princess saw that he had left, she frowned and turned around to look at Pei Ziyun. Should we put in more effort? If not, I'll feel uneasy. There's no need for that. Now that something like this has happened, those who don't like King Lu would definitely make a move. Pei Ziyun sighed as he spoke. The Crown Prince is the heir to the throne. Now that he's been assassinated, it would shake the foundations of the country. There are only a few types of people who are able to resist the accusation. One of them would be King Lu's men. That goes without saying. The second type would be those who don't have the right to submit a report. This is easy to differentiate. And then there's those who are overly cautious. These people can be listed out one by one. By observing them, it would be easy to see the distribution of power within the court. The Grand Princess listened attentively, but didn't pay much attention to these points. She hesitated before asking, "Oh, what you said just now, is it true or false?" Since the Grand Princess was involved in these matters, she had no choice but to be cautious. "Of course it's true. As long as the Crown Prince acts as though he's protecting my brother, that's enough. The Crown Prince is a merciful and benevolent ruler. With the Crown Prince's attitude, the Emperor would most likely close the case quickly. If the Crown Prince were to add insult to injury, King Lu would rebel and the Emperor would be enraged. The Emperor would then investigate the authenticity of the note. When that happens, everything would be exposed. Since the Crown Prince isn't around, I'll go in deeper. After this incident, King Lu's vitality would be greatly affected. When the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, dealing with King Lu would be a simple matter. Why kill him now and cause the Emperor to feel hurt and fear? The Emperor is the Emperor after all. If he really wants to remove the Crown Prince, as long as he's willing to pay the price, nobody would be able to stop him. Remember this. Indeed, we shouldn't make too many moves. After this incident, the Crown Prince's rule would be stable. The Grand Princess sighed before speaking. If King Lu were to ascend to the throne, it wouldn't be a good thing for the world. Pei Ziyun looked at the Grand Princess and didn't reply. According to the original owner's memories, the Emperor would pass away next year. After this incident, King Lu's vitality would be greatly affected. Dark Altar sect, on the other hand, wouldn't be able to borrow much strength from him. Outer Holiang Yuanji allowed the eunuch to lead the way. He saw that there were several servants within the Crown Prince's palace sweeping the snow. When they saw him, they all turned to the side and allowed him to pass. Liang Yuanji swept a glance around. Apart from a few strange snowmen, everything else seemed normal. He didn't bother with them and walked past them. He walked along the corridor, passed a pond and entered the main hall. Seeing Liang Yuanji enter, the Crown Prince stood up to welcome him. Seeing that Liang Yuanji was about to bow, he hurriedly held him up and said, "You're the Prime Minister. You've bestowed the imperial city to me. How can I accept this? Please take a seat." He looked at Liang Yuanji's skinny face and spoke, "After the new year, you look much better than before. It's just that your hair has turned white. I'm getting older with each passing year. How can I not be white? The Crown Prince is in his prime. Just looking at him makes me feel at ease and happy. You weren't hurt last night, were you?" Liang Yuanji scrutinized the Crown Prince's features. He looked very much like the Emperor when he was young. Although his face was pale and tired, and there were dark circles under his eyebrows were thick and his eyes were black. "I'm fine. The assassin didn't get close to me." The Crown Prince laughed. "If you're talking about being frightened, I was a little. This was the first time I've seen someone kill someone within a few feet of me. However, I wasn't hurt at all. After I returned to my residence, I calmed myself down and ate some soup." He then asked, "The Prime Minister is at Imperial Father's place. Is there any decree?" The Emperor was worried about the Crown Prince, and didn't sleep the entire night. Seeing that the sun had risen, he sent this official here to check on you. If the Crown Prince is fine, should we enter the palace to pay our respects to the Emperor? Liang Yuanji replied, "Prime Minister, you're right. I wanted to wait for my father to wake up before entering the palace. Since my father hasn't slept yet, we shouldn't keep him waiting. Let's go." The Crown Prince stood up and replied. Liang Yuanji couldn't help but nod his head. The Crown Prince was getting better and better. Although he said he wanted to leave immediately, he still had to change his clothes. After changing, he changed into the Crown Prince's attire. It was a red robe with a coiled collar and narrow sleeves. There were 2 golden dragons embroidered on the shoulders, as well as another dragon embroidered on the front and back. He wore a jade belt and a pair of black boots. Only when he was fully dressed did he leave with Liang Yuanji. As soon as the both of them left, the sun started to rise, and the snow had stopped falling. However, a gust of cold wind blew past, piercing into the bones. "Get in my carriage, there's a hot pot," the Crown Prince said. Liang Yuanji didn't decline and boarded the carriage as it headed towards the imperial palace. Chapter 244. Imperial Study Room. Inside the room was a warm room with yellow curtains. Although it was called a study, it was actually a place where documents were passed around. The floor was paved with green bricks and was bright enough to reflect one's reflection. There was even a heater below. Outside the room was a corridor with many palace maids and eunuchs standing guard. Their footsteps were light and silent. There were 4 eunuchs standing on both sides of the room, all of them holding onto their whisks. The emperor sat behind a table with a bowl of medicine in front of him. A eunuch was serving him. Cough, cough. The emperor drank a few mouthfuls before coughing a few more times. He then took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. "Take this medicine away, I won't drink it anymore." "Your Majesty, if you don't take the medicine, what should we do?" The eunuch tried to persuade him. "I take it away. If this medicine is really effective, I would have recovered long ago." The emperor sighed as he watched the eunuch take the medicine away. "The Crown Prince has arrived." The eunuch who was guarding the door shouted. The Crown Prince followed Liang Yuanji into the room and bowed. The emperor then instructed, "Let the Crown Prince have a seat, and the Prime Minister have a seat." The Crown Prince sat on a shorter chair with a cushion. Liang Yuanji sat on a porcelain stool. Liang Yuanji sat down and bowed. "Your Majesty, I've brought Dr. Chen to visit the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince had suffered a little shock, and upon hearing your concern for him, he insisted on entering the palace to pay his respects. "Your Majesty, please punish him." A son wanting to see his father is a matter of course. If the Crown Prince wants to see his father, he has legs. Can you stop him? The emperor laughed before coughing twice. "Imperial father, is your cold getting better these days?" The Crown Prince stood up and asked. When the emperor heard the Crown Prince asking about his health, he revealed a kind smile. "It's all right, it's getting better." The Crown Prince was patrolling the streets yesterday and was frightened by an assassin. "Tell me what happened yesterday." The emperor changed the topic and asked. When the Crown Prince heard the emperor asking about the assassination, he thought about what happened yesterday and felt a chill run down his spine. His face was pale. Seeing the Crown Prince in such a state, the emperor's face couldn't help but sink. The Crown Prince quickly collected himself and said, "Yesterday, when we were walking to Heaven's Avenue, there were fireworks exploding. These fireworks were aimed at the crowd and startled the citizens. Imperial bodyguard, you've actually handled things appropriately. Intercept them now and maintain silence." Then, the dragon's head smashed down, breaking the formation. The assassin rushed out from the dragon's body. Hearing this, the emperor leaned back a little and leaned back in his chair, as if recalling the scene at that time. Liang Yuanji also listened quietly at the side, as if contradicting what he had heard the day before. Chen Hu, Li Anjuan, and Lu Xing, the 3 generals acted as if they had foreseen the future. They led dozens of their bodyguards and said that they would reinforce them. However, Chen Hu shouted that he would protect us, but he suddenly led his bodyguards to attack the imperial bodyguards. The imperial bodyguards tried to dissuade him, but were killed by Chen Hu. I was shocked, but the guards were brave and the capital magistrate came to my aid in time, so I wasn't injured. It's not a big deal. After I go back and drink some calming soup, I'll be fine. Father, you don't have to worry. The Crown Prince recounted everything in detail in front of the emperor. Hearing the Crown Prince's narration, it was clear and logical. Although the Emperor was frightened, he didn't lose his mind. Furthermore, the Crown Prince's narration was consistent with what he had said yesterday. Liang Yuanji then spoke out, "Your Majesty, Chen who attacked the Crown Prince in front of so many people. That's insane." Hearing Liang Yuanji's words, the Emperor laughed. "Prime Minister, show the note to the Crown Prince." He then asked the Crown Prince, "Do you think that this was written by King Lu? If it was, how should we deal with it?" Liang Yuanji acknowledged as he carefully retrieved the note and handed it over to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince stood up and received the note. When he read it, he was shocked at first, before his face turned red, as if he was enraged. Liang Yuanji observed the Crown Prince's expression, as did the Emperor. The Crown Prince angrily threw the note away. "This is nonsense. It's a ploy to sow discord between us." Hearing these words, the Emperor paused. The Crown Prince then picked up the note and apologized. "Just now, when I saw such crazy words, I couldn't control myself. I hope Father will forgive me." When the Emperor heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then muttered, "Crown Prince, tell me what you think." Your son was thinking. Many years ago, when the flames of war soared to the skies, Father wielded the 3-foot sword and leveled the lands. You suffered a lot before you managed to conquer the lands of Su dynasty. There are tens of millions of people under the heavens, and only 3 of us brothers are of age. King Lu and I are blood brothers, and we love each other. How could it be possible that King Lu would send someone to assassinate me? This is definitely a ploy by a vile character who wants to sow discord between us. Not only can we not take this seriously, we have to be swift and decisive. We have to quell this before it gets too deep. This way, the vile characters won't be able to find any loopholes in the plot. Then, we won't be surprised. The Emperor looked at the Crown Prince in shock. He suddenly remembered how the Crown Prince looked when he was born. In the blink of an eye, the Crown Prince had grown up. The look in his eyes was much gentler, and not as harsh as before. When Liang Yuanji heard this, he paused before replying. "What the Crown Prince said makes sense. Your Majesty has conquered the lands of Su dynasty. For the past 10 years, the people of Su dynasty have been loyal to you. As long as you don't fall into chaos, there's no room for the vile characters to plot against you. Your subject agrees." These words were loud and clear. When the Crown Prince said this, he had the bearing of an elder brother. The father was kind, the son was filial, and the brothers were respectful. The Emperor sat on his throne and nodded his head. The Crown Prince's tone changed. "It's just that we can't let this matter rest. The 3 generals have sent their troops to kill us. This is considered treason for the country. Furthermore, they hid a note to frame us. This is a ploy to drive a wedge between us brothers. The depth of their schemes is shocking. These 3 men cannot be allowed to live." The Crown Prince's tone was filled with anger. As he spoke, his face turned red. Looking at the Crown Prince's expression, the Emperor laughed. This eldest son of his was finally acting up. The Prime Minister raised his head and saw the smile on the Emperor's face. The Crown Prince then continued, "Your son thinks that this matter shouldn't be announced. It's better to act quickly than to drag it out. Let's ensure that there's no commotion in the court. These 3 generals should be dealt with quickly. As for the others, we shouldn't pursue them too much. King Lu must not be blamed. If there are rumors spreading amongst the commoners, we have to deal with them as well." Your son has finished speaking. Father Emperor, please make your decision. The Emperor stood up and muttered to himself before speaking, "My decision has been made. I shall sentence the 3 generals to death. Chen, whose entire family shall be executed. All males above the age of 10 shall be executed." He then turned to the Crown Prince and smiled. "You love your brother. I know that. But King Lu's actions have betrayed me, and I can't ignore it. I've already demoted him to Prefecture Prince Lu, and have him reflect on his actions for 3 months. However, there's no official decree. My decision has been made. Seeing that the crown prince still had something to say, the emperor waved his hands. Let's follow this decree. There's no need to interrogate them. Just execute them. He then spoke gently. I'm tired. The crown prince must have suffered a great deal. Go and rest. King Lu's mansion. King Lu sat within the main hall. The serving maids and eunuchs stood quietly, not daring to make a sound. Occasionally they would glance at each other, and their eyes were filled with fear. The emperor's personal army had surrounded the palace. There were rumors circulating within the palace that King Lu's attempt to assassinate the crown prince had been exposed. This was a heinous crime. Snow was falling from the sky, as it landed on the withered trees in the garden. Everyone within King Lu's mansion was in a state of panic. Outside King Lu's mansion, there were many soldiers standing guard. They were all dressed in cotton robes, and had armor on their bodies. On the outside they had a straw raincoat on. King Lu was riding like a dragon or a snake. His demeanor was rather calm. King Lu, we've investigated the matter thoroughly. The crown prince was attacked last night, and none of our spies have reported back. We're still in the dark today. Eunuch Liao spoke from the side. Now that the emperor's personal army has surrounded the palace, they don't forbid the servants from leaving. The people within the palace are feeling uneasy. There are already a few thieves who stole gold and silver and were caught. There are even some who wanted to leave the palace. King Lu, how should we deal with this? King Lu didn't speak as he focused on his writing. After a long time, he finally stopped. He then picked up a blue and white porcelain teacup and took a sip of tea. He then spoke, pass down my orders. If anyone dares to cause trouble within the palace, they shall be beaten to death. As for those who tried to escape, they shall be beaten to death. As for those who want to leave, King Lu revealed a sinister smile. If they want to leave, let them. Just make a list of their names. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Liao replied before he turned around and left. Eunuch, spare us. Spare us. Within King Lu's mansion, several people were begging for mercy. Those who betray their master shall die. As Eunuch Liao spoke, several screams of agony could be heard. After a while, there was no more sound. Several eunuchs dragged out several bloody corpses wrapped in white cloth from the prison cell. At this point, an imperial guard rushed in, looking somewhat flustered. Your Majesty, the Emperor has an edict. Set up the altar and welcome the angel. King Lu was calm and collected as he led his men to welcome him. He then saw a man holding the imperial edict with both hands as he walked towards the altar. When he saw King Lu, he bowed. Your son respectfully wishes for the Emperor's peace. Greetings to the Emperor. The imperial envoy read out the imperial edict. The decree states, King Lu's conduct has been improper and has betrayed my will. Your title shall be demoted to that of a canton prince, and shall revert to your original title. You shall remain in seclusion for 3 months to reflect on your mistakes. King Lu shall forgive me. Although he was prepared for this, the moment the imperial edict was read out, King Lu's vision turned black as he prostrated himself on the ground. Your son, thank you. The eunuch was used to King Lu's confident and dignified demeanor. He never expected that the emperor would be so impolite to his own son. The moment the imperial edict was read out, King Lu trembled in fear. His face turned pale, and his respect for the emperor's might grew by another level. He sighed, and saw that King Lu had already accepted the imperial edict. He then took a step forward and kowtowed to King Lu. Your servant is following the emperor's orders, and had no choice. Please forgive me, King Lu. Give this eunuch 50 taels of silver. King Lu composed himself as his face turned pale. He wiped the sweat off his brow as he spoke. He was extremely vexed as well. Initially, when he came out, he wanted to maintain his composure and maintain the demeanor of a king. But when the imperial edict was read out, he realized that he wasn't as tough as he thought he would be. This time, The imperial edict only stripped him of his title, and kept his title as a Canton prince. What if the next time, he was demoted to a commoner and imprisoned, or even sentenced to death? The closer he was to the emperor, the more he realized how terrifying the emperor's power was. There were thousands of people in King Lu's palace, and hundreds of black-robed guards. How many of them would dare to defy the imperial edict? Thinking up to this point, King Lu let out a long sigh. Chapter 245. Within the hall, a fire burned brightly, warming up the entire hall. However, the few of them remained silent. They assumed that the crown prince would be in the palace for a period of time. Who would have thought that within an hour, there would be a commotion outside as the crown prince walked in with a gust of cold wind. Everyone paused in shock as they looked at the crown prince's pale face. When the crown prince walked in, he felt as though the cold around him had dissipated. The eunuchs hurriedly served him tea. King Lu has finally been stripped of his title. The crown prince returned and drank some soup to warm himself up. He then chased the eunuchs out of the hall. He then stood up and took a few steps forward. After some time, he exhaled and said, "He's been demoted to a Canton prince." The grand princess sighed. King Lu was an illustrious man, and yet he had fallen into a trap. In less than 48 hours, a simple imperial edict had reduced his title to a prince. Pei Ziyun bowed. "Congratulations, Crown Prince. This time, the demotion isn't just about the title. It's also the Emperor's announcement to the world that King Lu is no longer the heir to the throne. With this edict, many people in the capital city will change their attitude towards you. These people are the icing on the cake, while you're the coal in the snow. This time, you've contributed greatly. I will never forget you." The Crown Prince's eyes shone brightly. "What should we do now?" "What we need to do now is to hunt and roast the wild boar. Crown Prince, you don't have to interfere. After all, without King Lu, you're the only heir to the throne. However, it's not as if we don't do anything. The snowmen in the Crown Prince's palace made me suspicious. Even if they were blinded by greed, they wouldn't betray their master to gain glory. Even if they betrayed their master, they might not gain glory. If something happens to the Crown Prince, what benefits would they gain? You're saying that someone used demonic spells." When the Crown Prince heard this, he frowned. "Dark altar sect? That's hard to say. However, it's not wrong for some people to try and sow discord. The imperial court has its own Dao guards. The Crown Prince can openly order an investigation to remove these people. Not only will it benefit the Crown Prince, the Emperor will also be happy. If not, it's hard to defend against a stab in the back." When the Crown Prince heard this, he suddenly thought back to the day when he was told that someone from his own palace had revealed that he had an affair with a concubine in the palace. At that time, he was shocked, wronged, and terrified. He then nodded his head. "You're right. We have to investigate this, especially those who are close to King Lu." The eldest princess looked at the Crown Prince's expression and sighed. Pei Ziyun knew that the time was right and did not say anything more. He bade his farewell and left the Crown Prince's mansion. A carriage was waiting for him. With a shout, the carriage headed towards Pei Mansion. They had just gone through a major event and it was snowing. There were very few people on the streets and alleys. The only sound that could be heard was the hooves of the mules in the snow. King Lu's title has been demoted, and his losses are huge. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, "System." A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and quickly enlarged, turning into a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him with a faint sense of light, and data appeared in front of him. Mission: assist the Crown Prince, attack Dark Altar Sect, incomplete. Not only did King Lu suffer heavy losses, even Dark Altar Sect was implicated. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. "Especially now that I've said these words, the Crown Prince will definitely make a move against Dark Altar Sect. Everything else aside, I'm afraid the entire capital city will have to be uprooted. All I have to do now is wait, and the mission will be completed. The snow fell on the carriage and rustled. Pei Ziyun then relaxed and lay down. At least there was a pillow for him to sleep on. Oh yes, the treasure I obtained from the previous dynasty can be used now. Thinking this way, he retrieved the pearl from within his robes and looked at it for some time. He then placed the pearl under his pillow and leaned on it gently before falling asleep. The doors to the side hall were tightly shut. There was a map laid out on the table, and the two of them looked at it carefully. A middle-aged third-ranked official spoke out. The imperial court is getting weaker by the day, and the imperial qi is getting weaker. The world is in chaos. I want you to share the emperor's worries. I want you to look for the earth dragon and kill it, so that Big Qian can live longer. Are you willing to do this? The Taoist paused for some time before replying. Godfather, you took me in years ago, and even avenged my family. It's hard for me to repay your kindness. If you say this, I can only die a horrible death. It's just that, Godfather, for destroying the earth dragon, you have been punished by the heavens and earth. The wrath of the heavens is not far away. Whether it's me, you, or even our family, I'm afraid none of us will have a good ending. I'm fine, I have no descendants. Godfather, you have a whole family. The middle-aged man sighed. His Majesty has treated me with great kindness. How can I not contribute when the world is in chaos? The scene changed. Looking up the mountain, the sky was dark and gloomy, and the rain was like a fog. The wind blew against their robes, causing them to flap loudly. Behind them were two 11 or 12-year-old Taoist children. The two Taoist children looked rather young, and their faces were flushed red from the wind. Master. Don't call me master. Master, you're the one who took us in and taught us. Don't call me master. What I've done will result in retribution. If you call me master, you'll be implicated as well. The Taoist took out a compass and stood against the wind. He surveyed the terrain from a high vantage point. The straw sandals on his feet were worn out, and his face was covered with frost. The scene changed once more. Snow was falling from the sky. The Taoist was around 50 years old, and his steps were strong. However, his hair was all white and his face was filled with wrinkles. Behind him were two young Taoists. The Taoist stopped in his tracks and looked into the distance. He sighed, I've traversed the mountains and rivers for 11 years. The hidden dragon, I've finally found it. Looking at the mountains in the distance, it looked as though a dragon was crouching on the ground. Grand Tutor's mansion back then, a third-ranked official had become the Grand Tutor. His hair and beard were all white and he was skinny. He looked old and frail, but his eyes shone brightly, as though he could see through people's hearts. In front of the Grand Tutor, a Taoist knelt down. You've finally succeeded. I've waited for this day for 10 years. The luck of the Qian dynasty is getting worse and worse. Cough, cough. The Grand Tutor coughed as he spoke. Grand Tutor, I didn't fail you. Our dynasty has been around for 270 years, and its luck is waning. The imperial qi is rising. The Taoist pointed to a map. I've traversed the entire world, and finally found the location of the hidden dragon. It's in Qin Prefecture. It's just that the imperial qi doesn't die. Destroying the hidden dragon doesn't mean that the calamity has been eliminated. Instead, the imperial qi will disperse, and transform into hundreds of smaller dragons. The world will be in chaos, and there will be many more years of war. Who knows how many people will die because of this, and how many will be punished by the heavens and the earth. The Grand Tutor fell silent for a long time as he looked at the hidden dragon diagram, but destroying the dragon veins, although there will be the wrath of the heavens, it also means that there won't be another king for many years to come. I'm a first-ranked official, and can still hold on for a while. If the imperial court is able to suppress the dragon veins, and get rid of all the dragons and snakes, there will be another 100 years of peace. I'm paid by the imperial court, so why wouldn't I be willing to die? Within a mountain range. Dig everything out. From afar, the mountain looked like a dragon. Thousands of people were digging along its neck, trying to cut off the dragon's head. A Taoist was supervising the workers when suddenly, a storm broke out. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Haha, the imperial chi has been damaged, and the heavens have responded. Quick, send people to search the area within a 30-mile radius. The imperial chi can sense it, and it has to descend into the world. If you see any pregnant women about to give birth, kill them all. The Taoist laughed maliciously as he gave the order. Yes, Your Excellency. Hundreds of soldiers had been waiting for a long time. They obeyed the order and rushed out, their killing intent soaring up to the heavens. Quick, my wife is about to give birth. I don't know why, but the baby is about to be born prematurely. Somewhere in the countryside, a scholar pulled a midwife over. What a heavy rain. I, Granny Wong, am too soft-hearted. If it were someone else, who would be willing to do this? The midwife spoke. The moment they reached the door, they heard the woman crying out in pain. Not good, my wife is about to give birth. Midwife, hurry up. The scholar urged the midwife. After some time, the sound of crying could be heard. The scholar was overjoyed when he saw a group of soldiers appear. Shoot! The bows of the crossbows gleamed coldly in the rain, as arrows rained down on the woman. The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out incessantly. When they entered the room, they saw the scholar pressing down on the pregnant woman, while the pregnant woman was protecting the baby. Both of them had been hit by multiple arrows, and looked like porcupines. However, the strange thing was that not only was the baby unharmed, he wasn't crying at all. If they didn't check on him, they would have assumed that he was dead. He's not dead yet? The soldier laughed maliciously as he slashed down with his blade, decapitating the baby. Boom! The shadow of a dragon appeared in midair, as it screamed out in pain. The moment the imperial chi dissipated, it turned into numerous snakes that escaped in all directions. Soon after, it started to rain heavily, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. At the same time, the Taoist at the construction site was hugging a yellow bundle, not moving an inch. The supervisor was bewildered as he stepped forward and whispered, Taoist leader, Your Excellency? Even in the midst of the rain, the yellow bundle in the Taoist's arms began to burn. As the bundle burned, the imperial edict could be seen within. Another clap of thunder could be heard. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded beside the Taoist, causing him to bleed from all his orifices. Two young Taoists ran towards him. Master, master. The Taoist's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were bleeding profusely. Black chi emanated from his body as he struggled to speak. Don't call me master, if you do, you will be devoured as well. I have no regrets. It's just that when I was searching for the dragon's veins, I discovered a never-before-seen dragon's vein. This cannot produce an emperor, but it can produce an immortal. 3 Yi and 2 Guo. Go and report this to the imperial court. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of thunder rang out, and everything disappeared. Boom! It was as if he could still hear the sound of thunder. Pei Ziyun struggled to get up, and realized that he was still in the carriage. The thunder seemed to be real. The spring thunder is here. Pei Ziyun touched his hands, and realized that he was bleeding from all his orifices as well. Backlash! It's been a few decades, and I've merely absorbed some memories, and yet I've been affected? That's not all. The key point was that he had suddenly received some information. The 3 Yi and 2 Guos are related to an unprecedented immortal Tao dragon's vein? Did I just happen to obtain this information from a treasure of the previous dynasty? Something doesn't feel right. Pei Ziyun's face was gloomy as he looked up at the gloomy skies. Snow and rain continued to fall from the sky. He tried to recall what was going on, but could not think of anything. What was the reason for the 3 Yi and 2 Gua's existence? It's said that they were very powerful, but I can't see anything special about them, other than their cultivation speed. But if it's related to this, then it makes sense. Paradise is formed from the qi of the earth. Although it has the same origin as the dragon's vein, it is different. One is light, the other heavy. The heavy ones are in control of the world, while the light ones are free and unfettered. To be more specific, the smaller acupoint is the paradise, while the larger acupoint is the paradise. Could it be that Xie Dong achieved his Tao by finding the immortal Tao dragon's vein? What role did the 3 Yi and 2 Gua play in this? Nothing else is more important than this. I have to find out as soon as possible. He retrieved a handkerchief and wiped the blood off his face. At this point, he could see his residence from afar. He then shouted, "Turn around to the Crown Prince's palace." Chapter 246. Crown Prince's mansion. The snow had stopped, and the clouds weren't heavy. The sun shone brightly through the clouds. The Crown Prince was slightly tired and had already called for dinner. A pot was boiling and white smoke was rising from it. When he saw Pei Ziyun return, he was somewhat surprised. He then laughed, "You're back just in time. Men, set up a table. Accompany me for a few cups." Pei Ziyun didn't act pretentious as he walked over to the table and poured a cup for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince received the cup and saw that it was filled with red wine. It was like amber as he gulped it down in one gulp. After drinking, the Crown Prince was slightly tipsy. He then placed the cup down and sighed. "It's like we're living a life of luxury now. There are too many rules and regulations. In order to prevent gossip, I shall not pour you any wine. You can pour it yourself. It doesn't feel good to have to abide by the rules now. Thinking back to when I was young, my father Emperor brought my entire family to lay out a blanket on the ground and let the soldiers practice their swordplay. It was such a joyous occasion. Things are different now. It's the royal family now." Pei Ziyun thanked the Crown Prince and said, "Actually, this humble subject is here to bid farewell." "What? You're quitting?" The Crown Prince stood up and accidentally knocked the cup of wine onto the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces. The Crown Prince ignored the cup of wine and grabbed Pei Ziyun's hand. "Did someone offend you, and you're leaving? Whoever dares to do so shall be beaten to death." Ever since Pei Ziyun had helped him, King Lu had been forced to retreat. Now that Pei Ziyun wanted to leave, the Crown Prince refused to let him go. "Crown Prince, King Lu's injuries have attracted the attention of the entire world. His Majesty is the same. This humble subject is a Taoist. How can I stay in the Crown Prince's mansion for too long? If we're talking about gossip, this is the biggest one." Hearing these words, the Crown Prince paused in shock. Pei Ziyun then changed the topic. "Although King Lu's injuries are severe, we can't push him too far. Now that everything has been decided, no matter how capable King Lu is, he won't be able to make a comeback. Crown Prince, don't worry." When the Crown Prince heard Pei Ziyun's words, he paused before letting go of Pei Ziyun's hand. He then asked, "But why does Tao Master want to leave today?" Pei Ziyun sighed. "Crown Prince, your humble subject is a Taoist. How can I fly around the house of a duke or a marquis, much less the Crown Prince's mansion? Since I have to leave, I should do so as soon as possible. Since the Crown Prince has summoned me, I shall obey. Usually, a Taoist must stay away from the mortal world. I shall swallow the morning glow and spit out clouds and mist. This is my long-cherished wish." Only then did the Crown Prince regain his composure. Pei Ziyun's entire heart was focused on the Tao, and it seemed like he was helping the Crown Prince for the sake of world peace. Now that the matter was over, he could return. Some of his worries had been dispelled. "Since you've given me advice, I will not mistreat you. Men, bring me 100 pieces of gold." As he spoke, the Crown Prince poured another cup of wine and handed it over. Pei Ziyun smiled and downed the entire cup in one gulp. Without any hesitation, he received the banknotes from the eunuch. "Thank you, Crown Prince, for your reward." Pei Ziyun bowed and said, "Take care, Crown Prince." As he spoke, Pei Ziyun floated away, stepping across the snow in the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from sight. The Crown Prince was no longer in the mood to eat and drink. He turned around several times and stared at the snowy scenery. He then sighed, a true Taoist. Grand Princess Mansion, Peach Garden. There were peach trees all over the island, and the temperature was much higher than outside. The Canton Princess was playing the guqin. The hot spring steam rose up from the ground, and when it met the cold air, it turned into a mist. The entire lake was like a paradise. A serving maid stood beside the Canton Princess, hugging her tiger skin cloak as she listened to the music. The sound of the guqin was melodious, and carried with it a sense of joy. A bird flew across the sky and stopped beneath the peach tree to listen. The Grand Princess was at the moon tower in the peach garden. When she heard the sound of the guqin, she tugged at her cloak and said to the granny, "Her guqin skills are getting better and better." The granny then said, "The Canton Princess is like the prince consort. She's very talented. Her guqin skills are very similar to the prince consort's." "That's right." The Grand Princess sighed and paused for some time before saying, "I can only hope that you won't end up like her father." The entire place fell silent. Nobody dared to speak. At this point, another granny hurried over and reported to the Grand Princess, "Grand Princess, Pei Ziyun is here to bid his farewell. Has the task been completed?" The Grand Princess picked up a raisin and asked as she ate it. "Grand Princess, it has been completed. All the items have been packed according to the year. There are 2 carts of them." The granny replied, "Go and invite top scorer Pei up." "Yes, Grand Princess." Moon Tower. Pei Ziyun walked up and looked at the tower carefully. It was very neat and tidy and was 2 stories high. The corridors were lined with rosewood railings, and lanterns hung from the eaves. Looking down from above, the entire peach garden could be seen. The sun shone down on the tower, and on the table were grapes, longans, red dates, peanuts and other dried fruit. Pei Ziyun sighed. "It was snowing last night, and yet it's warm here. It's really a paradise. This used to be a public house. It's been said that they used geomancy to change it. However, after they changed it, something happened, and they were stripped of their titles. I've invited several people to take a look at it, and they said that there's no problem with the geomancy. It's just that it's too good, and ordinary people can't take it. That's why their families were ruined, and their descendants were in trouble." The Grand Princess said. "Geomancy?" Pei Ziyun laughed disdainfully. "Every profession boasts about how they can change the weather. The lower the class, the more they do so. Geomancy is just a small skill." "Oh, you know geomancy as well?" the Grand Princess asked curiously. "I know a little." Pei Ziyun ate a red date before speaking slowly. "The natural dragon veins do not surpass that of a duke or a marquis. Although the previous dynasty's book of heavenly secrets said a lot, there are actually many fallacies. This chi of earth is just a cause. Take this matter for example. This residence is already a duke, and the wealth of the officials in the world is at its peak. Yet, the master still wants to add flowers to the brocade. In the end, news of this spread and angered the emperor. The emperor was displeased, and this resulted in a backlash. Even with the help of geomancy, he was unable to withstand the backlash. In the end, he lost his title and even his life." When the Grand Princess heard this, her eyes lit up. "Even if the heavens and earth are strong, can it compare to the power of the emperor?" Pei Ziyun originally did not know much about geomancy. However, after obtaining the memories of the Taoist, he became very familiar with it. He looked to the side, and an information interface flashed before his eyes. "Geomancy. Grandmaster, entry, mastery, mastery, Grandmaster." Mastery was the entry level. Mastery meant mastery. 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 Mastery meant mastery and mastery. In other words, mastery was the mastery of mastery. If one does not enter the imperial court, or is of low rank, geomancy can be of some use. But if one enters the imperial court and is of the 7th rank, how can geomancy be of any use? Even though the Taoist's memories of slaying a dragon, Pei Ziyun was still shocked. Slaying a hidden dragon did not extend the life of the Qian dynasty for many years. Once the imperial court was destroyed, the imperial qi would rise. Even a commoner with no imperial qi would have a small chance of becoming a dragon. With the masses, geomancy was like giving some people their first bucket of gold. However, it was different when it came to cultivation. One could not even breathe in spiritual qi. Cultivating the human body was also the first bucket of gold. On the contrary, paradise and paradise replaced the masses, and became the foundation of cultivation. He did not wish to speak further and bade farewell to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess then said, "I've helped you obtain the information you wanted. There's a total of 3,000 scrolls and 2 carriages." "Many thanks, Grand Princess." Pei Ziyun thanked her. The Grand Princess picked up a porcelain teacup and took a sip. She then smiled. "You've done the Crown Prince a great service. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning." Pei Ziyun was about to speak when he heard the sound of the guqin. He paused. The sound of the zither was long and melodious, pure and ethereal. It was laced with emotions. The key was that the emotions flowed smoothly, not a single bit messed up. It was like quicksilver flowing through the ground. Pei Ziyun listened quietly as he lifted the lid of the teacup in front of him. As the sound of the guqin faded, Pei Ziyun sighed and said, "The Canton Princess is really talented. Her skills with the guqin have already reached the level of Tao." Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the Grand Princess then said, "In this aspect, she takes after her father. She's talented and has deep emotions." The two of them looked down and saw the island in the middle of the lake. It was as if they could see a young lady playing the guqin on the island, playing and having fun. Pei Ziyun could not help but laugh bitterly as he bowed and retreated. He then thought, "The Canton Princess has improved so quickly. It's really unbelievable. Could she be one of the 3 Yes and 2 Guas? It's just that fate energy can be used on the guqin as well?" Pei Ziyun walked out and saw 2 ox carts parked outside. An official was waiting for him. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he bowed, "Greetings, Tao Master." The official bowed and took out a token. "Tao Master, the Crown Prince has ordered me to be at your beck and call." Pei Ziyun laughed. "I have something I need you to do. I need you to help me collect some personal belongings of famous Taoists from history. I will keep them in my house for my collection. The more the better." Pei Ziyun instructed as he handed over a thick stack of banknotes. The official stared at the stack of banknotes and hurriedly bowed. "Yes, I shall instruct my subordinates to handle this matter." As for why he didn't ask the Crown Prince or the Grand Princess for help, the official understood. For such a small matter, there was no need to trouble them. It was just a collection and a very small collection. It wouldn't be worth much outside. Pei Ziyun laughed to himself. This wasn't a small matter, and didn't need to be explained. They boarded the carriage and arrived at the pier. Behind them were 2 other carriages. When they arrived at the pier, they saw another 2 carriages filled with books. "Be careful, transport them according to their categories. Whoever dirties or breaks them, we won't be able to compensate them." Someone shouted out. The handwritten books were less than 3,000 words, and were sold for 1,000 coins. The printed copies were only a tenth of that. Although the printed copies were cheaper, a book with tens of thousands of words would still cost a few thousand coins. That was equivalent to a few taels of silver per book. He had spent a total of 5,000 taels of silver. These were all bought by Pei Ziyun from various bookstores in the capital city. These books could be passed down through the family and placed in the ancestral hall. Young Master Pei, the books have been packed. Good, let's set sail. The boat set sail as Pei Ziyun waved goodbye to the capital city. His mind was already focused on the immortal Tao dragon veins. After being struck by lightning, my memories of this matter were wiped clean. But that's not important. I've obtained the Taoist's memories. This immortal Tao dragon veins seems to be near the borders of Ying Prefecture. How I wish I could fly back and investigate. Chapter 247. Shangjing Restaurant. When Xie Dong went upstairs, the boss hurriedly greeted him. The weather is really cold. Waiter, heat up the wine quickly. Are you going upstairs to eat? Xie Dong did not say anything and went upstairs. These 3 private rooms were separated by a screen. There was a table of 6 people eating and drinking wine. Everyone was a little tipsy. Xie Dong sat at a table by the window and casually ordered a few dishes. There was a Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe with his hair tied up in a bun. A scholar laughed. I'm a student of a sage, I don't believe in such things. The Taoist man then said, You've always been smart, but you lost your mother when you were 7. Your stepmother instigated your father not to allow you to study, and you escaped to your uncle's house. Your uncle paid for your education. In the first year of the dynasty's founding, you became a Xiozai at the age of 17. You made a living by teaching. But you only became a Juren last year. That's why you came to the capital to take the exam. Am I wrong? Are you convinced? You don't have much luck, and there are still trials ahead of you. It will be difficult for you to become a grand scholar in your lifetime. If you are willing to join my sect, I will help you get rid of this disaster. The scholar laughed coldly. I am a high scholar. Even if I don't pass, I will not have to worry about food and clothing. If I am willing to become an official, I will become a 9th-rank scholar. Why are you trying to seduce me? The Taoist sighed. Fate is ever-changing. When the time comes, it will be too late for regret. As he spoke, he walked towards Xie Dong and looked towards King Lu's palace. How is it? Xie Dong asked in a low voice. King Lu has been reduced to a Canton king. His original fate energy has been reduced by a large amount. However, the black energy has dissipated, and the tribulation has passed. Although there's still some of it left, it doesn't affect his foundation. The Crown Prince's fate energy is stable, and he has a bad impression of us. It will be difficult for him to turn things around. Furthermore, our informants in the records department have heard that the Crown Prince is already investigating us. If we don't plan, our foundation in the capital will be uprooted. Brother Xie, you're someone sent by the sect. Please think of a way. The Taoist priest didn't have the same expression he had when he was telling his fortune. He was sweating profusely. Don't be afraid, I have a plan. Contact King Lu, I wish to see him. Xie Dong spoke plainly. King Lu's palace. When Butler Qing looked around, he saw a few people holding on to their books and checking their account. Some of them were feeling uneasy. He laughed coldly and took out a piece of paper and handed it to one of them. Take a look at this. When the man took it, he saw that there were many names written on it. These are all famous assassins in the Fu. This person sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, Could it be that they all want to leave? Butler Qing sneered. You're right, it's precisely this kind of ungrateful person. He's usually so attentive, but once he encounters a little hardship, he'll immediately piss his pants. If it were me, how could it be so easy for him to leave? We also have to keep a close eye on them. Don't let them sneak into the mansion, especially the storeroom. Yes, the man replied loudly. Butler Qing glanced at him a few times before leaving hatefully. Seeing that he had left, a guest raised his head and wanted to drink some tea. However, he found that the teacup was empty, and no one came to serve him. He couldn't help but sigh. Today, when the sun rose, the people in King Lu's mansion had already dispersed. The serving maids and the eunuchs couldn't leave King Lu's mansion. They were all extremely worried. Some of them went shopping, while others sent money home. Now that an imperial prince had become a Canton king, who wouldn't be worried? The assassins and strategists had also dispersed. On the day of the incident, several of them were outside. At this point, they had all escaped and didn't return to the mansion. Some of the assassins were packing their belongings and preparing to leave. Only half of the assassins were still working, and were preparing to leave once they were done. One of the assassins looked around and grumbled, "At first, we were laughing at Renwei. Who knew that he would have the foresight to leave so early? It's been said that he's now Ing Prefecture's top scorer pays teacher, and is in charge of the accounts. He's doing very well. The last time we met, he even treated us to a restaurant and ate 3 taels of silver. How enviable! King Lu has treated us well. Let's just leave. Let's not talk about this anymore. We're already heartless. How can we speak ill of our master?" Another assassin advised. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore." The assassin's face was gloomy. In the past, when King Lu's mansion suppressed the Crown Prince's mansion, it was glorious. Now that King Lu had become a Canton king, what was the point of being the Crown Prince? He was just a puppet and couldn't overturn the heavens. Thinking about this, an expression of helplessness surfaced on his face. This study was extremely unique. Looking up, one could see a man-made lake not too far away. There was also a fire underground, which allowed the fire to spread through the floor. It was as warm as spring. This had cost 4,000 taels of silver. This was a rare sight, not only in King Lu's mansion, but even in the imperial palace. At this point, King Lu's face was pale. He was in the study, practicing his calligraphy. His eyes were solemn, and if he said he wasn't angry, it would be a lie. He could only practice his calligraphy to vent the anger in his heart. Peace under heaven. The entire page was filled with such words. Some of the words were trembling, and some of them were loose. Butler Ching hurried over. "King Lu, something's wrong. There are several assassins in the mansion who want to leave. Several of them have already snuck away." King Lu pressed down on the page and erased a single word. His face was flushed red as he put down his brush and paced around. He then laughed coldly. Let's go. It's good that they've left. At least we can tell if they're sincere or not." As he said this, he was filled with loneliness. Would there really be a day where he could make a comeback? At this point, Eunuch Liao asked to see him. King Lu then replied, "Come in." He then picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Eunuch Liao then entered and reported softly, "King Lu, the situation is out." "Speak, I'm listening." At this point, King Lu was much calmer than before. He leaned back on the tiger skin chair and looked outside. He looked very young, and there weren't any wrinkles on his face. His every movement had regained the dignity of an emperor. The palace has sent a letter. Gu Yun has sent a letter, saying that since King Lu is already a Canton prince, having 13 manors is too much. He requests that the number of manors be reduced. Gu Yun was the Minister of Rights, and was also a scholar from the Hall of Literature. He was usually polite and courteous to King Lu. King Lu's face turned red as he paced several steps and stared at the man-made lake. He then forced himself to calm down and said, "What did the Emperor say? What did the Crown Prince say?" His Majesty stayed in the palace and didn't hand it out, but the Crown Prince said, "This wasn't my younger brother's responsibility, and Imperial Father only needed to wipe it out a little. How could he really seize my younger brother's manor and deprive my brother and nephew of their rations and clothing? This cannot be done." Hearing these words, King Lu wasn't happy. Instead, he was furious. His eyes turned red as he cursed, Since when has the crown prince become so crafty? What did father say? The emperor said that there must be rules. How about this, we'll reduce 2 manors. King Lu laughed and asked, if that's the case, which 2 manors should I reduce? Black Wind Manor and Righteous Manor. These 2 manors were huge manors and were worth 150,000 taels of silver. Every year they would produce 10,000 taels of silver. King Lu then asked, what else is there? Also, Chen, who has been executed. Lian Jun and Lu Xing have been sentenced to death. This was done yesterday. Hearing this news, King Lu didn't have much of an expression on his face. Now that he heard this news, he felt faint. These 3 generals were his trusted aides, and now they're all dead. King Lu stood up slowly and asked, what else? The emperor has reshuffled the generals in the capital city. The name list is here. King Lu received it and looked at it. After some time, he turned around, his eyes glowed green. His voice was calm and peaceful. Indeed, they're pushing for more. What else? The various officials have also sent letters of impeachment against King Lu. The name list is here. King Lu received the list and glanced at it before tossing it onto the table. I've already expected all of this. They're just following the wind. Anything else? There's nothing else. Oh no, the imperial court received a report from the army. The cavalry on the plains ambushed our camp and were forced to retreat. We haven't seen the details of the report, but roughly 200 men died. Furthermore, our camp is running low on rations, and requested for reinforcements. This was a small matter, but King Lu listened attentively. After some time he asked, anything else? King Lu, other than Xie Qingdong requesting an audience, there's nothing else. Xie Qingdong requests an audience? King Lu was surprised. Dark Altar sect and Xie Qingdong still haven't left? I remember you reporting that the night of the incident, Xie Qingdong found an excuse to leave the sect. I don't believe it's a coincidence. These Taoists. After remaining silent for some time, he then spoke to eunuch Liao. Summon him to come in through the secret passageway. I want to see what he has in mind. Yes. Eunuch Liao acknowledged. Although he said that he would receive Xie Qingdong, he had to wait for several days before eunuch Liao found an opportunity to meet with Xie Qingdong. When it was dark, he brought him to a mansion. This mansion was an ordinary courtyard, located northwest of King Lu's mansion. It was a 100-year-old mansion and had very few guests. It was located in a remote area and didn't look like much. The group of them entered the backyard and arrived at a room. This was a study, but the shelves were old and there weren't many books on them. On the table, there was an inkstone, brush, and ink. Xie Qingdong used the candlelight to look at the bookshelf. With a creaking sound, a secret passageway was revealed. He didn't go in first, but waited for the air to dissipate before lighting a candle and entering. When King Lu was building the mansion, he ordered people to build it. Now that the soldiers stationed outside have yet to leave, although it's not difficult to enter or leave, they are keeping a record of your movements. You're a Taoist, and your movements have to be discreet. We can't let His Majesty find out about this. If not, you might attract trouble. Now, please bear with it and follow the secret passageway. Eunuch Liao only said this, but Xie Qingdong knew that the night he went out, he had a knot in his heart. He then laughed. King Lu is indeed farsighted. As he spoke, he fell silent. The passageway wasn't very long, and was only a short distance away. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a fake mountain. They then entered the passageway. The winter was rather cold, and there was a hint of desolation in the air. However, King Lu's mansion was especially cold. Eunuch Liao waved a hand and said, "Please." Xie Qingdong nodded his head and followed behind. A gust of cold wind blew in, causing the trees in the garden to sway. Xie Qingdong shivered as he hurried to a door. A eunuch welcomed him as he bowed and greeted him. He then smiled and led the way to the study, where several eunuchs stood by the side of the lamp. At this point, King Lu was looking at himself in the mirror. He realized that he hadn't taken care of himself for several days. He then sighed and ordered, "Servants, change your clothes." 2 serving maids outside the door listened to King Lu's instructions and entered the room. They then bowed to King Lu before helping him to freshen up and shave his beard. Actually, in ancient times, it wasn't that people didn't haircut their hair. There was a hair combing room within the palace. There were about 10 servants who were in charge of hairdressing the sons and daughters of the emperor. At this point, King Lu had changed his clothes and trimmed his beard. He looked very energetic as he sat in the study. At this point, someone called out, "King Lu, Xie Dong requests an audience. Enter." King Lu replied plainly. Chapter 248. Young Master, this way please. Eunuch Liao led the way as Xie Dong entered the study room. He felt warm and comfortable. There were glass windows and a huge bookshelf, filled with books and paintings. In front of the screen, there was a tea table and a chair. King Lu was seated on the chair, looking very spirited. His eyes were slightly dark and his face was pale. He wasn't very calm. His voice was gentle, "Rise." At this point, only the 3 of them were in the study room. There were guards standing guard in the distance. Seeing that Xie Dong's attitude was still respectful, King Lu had a strange look on his face. He took a sip of tea and sighed, "I'm at the end of my road, and have been demoted to a Canton king. Why are you still so respectful?" His expression was one of desolation, and no one could tell how deep his emotions were. Hearing King Lu's words, Xie Dong laughed out, "Of course not. We Taoists can observe fate energy, and know that King Lu is the future son of heaven. Although there will be setbacks, it's just a temporary setback, and not a big deal. As long as we have a good plan, King Lu's fate will return to you." "Haha, I'm pleased to hear these words of yours. But how can fate be so simple? I've already lost my title as a prince. How can fate be like that?" King Lu laughed out as he sipped on his tea. He was calm and composed. Xie Dong looked at King Lu and nodded his head in approval. Such a demeanor was worthy of being invested in. He then lowered his voice. "King Lu feels that you're at the end of your road, but that's not necessarily the case. At least there's a glimmer of hope. It's not impossible to rise again." King Lu stared at Xie Dong, his eyes blazing as he asked, "What do you mean? What do you have in mind?" "King Lu, listen to me." Xie Dong bowed. "This matter is simple. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. I wonder if there's anyone else who can speak up for me?" "Of course there's someone who can speak up for me. It's just that most of them won't be willing to help me." King Lu's face was gloomy. "Even if these people speak up for me, they might not be able to change anything. The Crown Prince has the support of the Emperor." King Lu is right. But they don't speak up for you. On the contrary, if they don't speak up for you, how many of them will do that? Xie Dong asked. Hearing this, Eunuch Liao roared in anger, "How dare you? Do you want to put my lord in danger? Let him speak." At this point, King Lu's interest was piqued as he waved his hands. "Prince, this person is a traitor." Eunuch Liao looked at Xie Dong in front of him and said hatefully, "Your Highness is already in a bad situation, and now he wants to make it worse." When Xie Dong heard this, he wasn't in a hurry to explain himself. He glanced at King Lu and noticed that he was smiling. However, he couldn't tell what was in his eyes. Was it hatred, doubt, or hope? Xie Dong then said, "The Emperor is in his twilight years, and his body is deteriorating. This time, the Crown Prince has won a great victory, and that is the case. But the hearts of father and son are connected. Would the Emperor be closer to the official or to the prince? Although it is said that if the prince breaks the law, the commoners will be punished the same way, but His Majesty has already punished him. If there are many people who want to speak up for the Crown Prince and kill His Highness, think about it. Wouldn't His Majesty feel that the Crown Prince's wings are full and his claws and teeth are sharp, making people tremble in fear? Or could it be that the Crown Prince doesn't want to bear the crime of killing his brother and wants an official to do it? As long as His Majesty suspects the Crown Prince, His Highness' path would be much smoother. Just like that, you can topple the Crown Prince? Eunuch Liao was excited. You're a Taoist and you're full of schemes. I've misunderstood you. Of course not. The Crown Prince has an expert by his side. If the Crown Prince was overbearing and wanted to kill His Highness, the Emperor would be disgusted and not strip His Highness of his title. Now that the Crown Prince is magnanimous, the Emperor is much more at ease. As he spoke up to this point, Xie Qingdong sighed. After this battle, the Crown Prince's position is stable, and won't be in chaos for a short period of time. Besides, the officials are loyal to him, and it would be difficult to topple him with schemes alone. After all, if His Majesty wants to depose the Crown Prince, he would have to consider the opinions of the officials. The Crown Prince is magnanimous, and the Crown Prince follows the rules. The Crown Prince is innocent, so why should the Emperor depose him? The capital's foundation has been uprooted. His Highness has to leave the capital and take control of the army. Only then would he be able to protect himself. Xie Qingdong then continued, hence, the first step is to show weakness, and make the officials submit a petition to kill His Highness. Even if the Crown Prince doesn't participate, it would still create a huge commotion. The Emperor is naturally uneasy. However, this plan isn't enough. We need another plan. Oh, Mr., please speak. King Lu addressed Xie Qingdong as Mr., which meant that his attitude towards Xie Qingdong had changed. He leaned forward and looked at Xie Qingdong. The plan is to injure yourself to gain sympathy. His Highness will gradually become thinner and thinner. After reading the petition to kill him, he will spit out a few mouthfuls of blood and fall sick. It would be best if he becomes as sick as a piece of dried wood. All we need to do is to secretly spread the news, or arrange for someone to submit a petition to say that His Highness is in pain. His Highness, what do you think the Emperor would think? We have to fight for the Emperor to visit us. His Highness would say, Father Emperor, that I might not be able to serve you anymore. Father and son are connected by heart. What do you think the Emperor would think when he sees His Highness in such a state? Would he think that he has gone too far in suppressing you? Xie Qingdong spoke as he picked up a teacup and placed it next to King Lu. When King Lu heard this, he stared at Xie Qingdong and sighed, Good plan. You're so knowledgeable, and yet you're able to say it out loud. I'm both surprised and delighted. Xie Qingdong laughed. His Highness, I'm not done yet. King Lu paused as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. Mister, please continue. Eunuch Liao looked at King Lu as he wiped the tears from his eyes. This is a tactic of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others. The Emperor might console you, saying that the Crown Prince is benevolent, and won't do anything to you. You just need to rest and recuperate. Hearing these words, King Lu knew that this was very likely. He then looked at Xie Qingdong. Mister, how do you think I should deal with this? King Lu, you can't retort. You have to say, your son understands. When the Emperor leaves, you're going to cry out loud. You're going to tell everyone around you that the Crown Prince is benevolent, and I've always known that. However, the officials are treating your son as a traitor, and they're furious. It looks like I don't have many more days to live. I believe that the Emperor will know what King Lu has said. Even if he doesn't, he can send someone to inform the Emperor. Father and son are connected by heart. Not to mention the fact that the Emperor likes King Lu even more. He even praised King Lu and bowed deeply to me. Now that King Lu has fallen to such a state, wouldn't the Emperor empathize with you? As long as we can gain the Emperor's sympathy, many things can be done. At this point, if someone were to suggest that King Lu should surrender to the Emperor would most likely agree. The capital city is too big, and the capital city is too small. King Lu has to jump out of the capital city in order to survive. Everything that the Emperor says and does will be seen by the Emperor. As long as he surrenders to the Emperor, he will be able to command an army, amass wealth, and collect grain. This is his destiny. Phew! At this point, King Lu's entire body was trembling uncontrollably. After some time, he let out a long sigh and said, "Mr. Xie's plan is very good. But is it really impossible for me to fight for the position of Crown Prince?" King Lu was still somewhat unwilling to give up. "King Lu, I'll say this again. If the Crown Prince is too overbearing and wants to kill King Lu, and tries to recruit people from all over the palace, only then would King Lu have a chance to make a comeback. Although the Crown Prince has already won, he has a magnanimous attitude. Although the officials are loyal to him, he doesn't want to reveal himself and try to recruit the officials. A few days ago, he even wrote a memorial to the Emperor. This magnanimous, studious, humble, and wise Crown Prince. Unless the Emperor has gone mad, who else would be able to get rid of him? At first, there was still the option of using military force. But now that the Crown Prince has uprooted him, this capital city is like a trapped dragon. If King Lu continues to stay here, you will slowly wither away. You won't have another chance. Only when you leave the capital city will you be able to see the sky and the sea. Xie Qingdong spoke earnestly. He had already made up his mind. If King Lu didn't listen to him, then he would have to give up. He then bowed slightly and didn't speak further. King Lu pondered for some time. Of course, he didn't want to give up on Xie Qingdong. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Xie Qingdong's words made sense. His eyes flashed as he spoke. "Mister's words have enlightened me. Since I've obtained the mandate of heaven, I have to have you as a true sovereign. If I don't confer the title, I won't be able to repay you." King Lu has the mandate of heaven. This humble subject is only trying his best. Xie Qingdong didn't claim credit for himself as he bowed once more. He then heaved a sigh of relief. Good. Liao Pan, go and arrange for someone to attack me. This is a good plan. Time doesn't wait for me, and I can't delay any longer." Since King Lu had made his decision, he acted swiftly and instructed eunuch Liao to make the necessary arrangements. King Lu thought for some time before he looked at Xie Qingdong and asked, "Mr. Xie, do you have anything else to say after this?" Xie Qingdong laughed as he lowered his eyelids. "Of course there is. When King Lu hears news of your departure, you can recover from your illness and bid farewell to the Emperor. Your words must be sincere. Halfway through your journey, arrange for someone from the relay station to give King Lu some fish that isn't fresh." "Fish that isn't fresh?" King Lu's eyes flashed. "Yes, King Lu, along the way the imperial court has its own rules and regulations. It doesn't seem like the Emperor would want to reduce the supply of fish. Even the relay station wouldn't agree to it. That would be a crime punishable by death. However, if you were to provide fish that isn't fresh, this is within the rules and regulations. Besides, this person has to say that King Lu isn't a king, but a Canton prince. In the future, there might not even be a Canton prince. What's wrong with eating this fish?" At this point, King Lu can't refuse or get angry. He wants to eat the fish that isn't fresh and then sigh, "I don't know if my descendants will be able to eat this fish." When the Emperor hears this, he will definitely be heartbroken. In order to balance things out, he will definitely restore King Lu's title. In fact, he might even increase King Lu's military power. When that time comes, King Lu will be able to protect himself. If anything happens, he will be able to bring his troops back to the capital and fight for the throne. King Lu thought for some time before sighing, "That's the only way. So what if I suffer a little? It's just that I'm still able to lay low." As he spoke, he was silent for some time before he stood up and bowed deeply. "Mr. Xie, in the past, when you came to my palace, I was filled with disdain. But now, it seems like you're a nation scholar, and a military advisor to the world. I dare not disregard your etiquette. Now that I'm in a dire situation, I have no choice but to borrow Mr. Xie's wisdom. Since King Lu has invited me, how would I dare not comply?" Xie Qingdong bowed as well, his heart was filled with joy. Chapter 249. Golden Island. Sea area. Pei Ziyun had rushed all the way from the capital city to this place. At this point, the blue sky was dyed blue, the water was vast, the sky was wide, and the waves were endless. Flocks of seagulls soared into the sky, and as far as the eye could see, an island could be seen in the middle of the sea. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The official beside him laughed. "Dao Master, we're about to reach the island. Look, there's already someone waiting for us." This Baihu was the person who had followed him last time. His name was Qiao Du, and he had been appointed by the Crown Prince to follow him. If there was anything, he could directly go through him. Now that the Crown Prince's reputation had spread far and wide, the authority of a Baihu was different. Pei Ziyun boarded the boat and followed the flow of the river. He gazed out at the sea and drank under the moonlight, looking extremely carefree. Qiao Du noticed that Pei Ziyun did not want to talk about politics or military matters, and did not ask any questions. Pei Ziyun turned around and smiled. "I saw it too." When they got closer, Qiao Du habitually glanced around and saw seagulls flying in the sky. Some women and children were picking up shells and crabs from the beach with a basket, and old men were sewing fishing nets under the shade of coconut trees. A cow mooed. A farmer was driving a cow to plow the fields. A small plain had already been turned into a fertile field. Further away there was a stronghold. A few villagers wearing mountain clothes were standing on the lookout tower, observing the sea from afar. Pei Ziyun welcomed the sea breeze, and looked at the warm spring flowers blooming on the island. He then said, "A few days ago it was still freezing cold. But in the blink of an eye, it's spring." Hearing these words, one of the boatmen laughed. "Young master, there is very little frost or snow on Goldwater Island. Along the coast, it takes 3 months for the weather to warm up. However, on Goldwater Island, it only takes a month before it's spring. It's just that in the past, the boss was only willing to plunder and didn't want to manage it. If he managed it well, we would have thousands of mu of fertile land." "Haha, well said." Pei Ziyun pointed to the forest and said, "We can graze on the mountain, and raise some cows, sheep and pigs. We can also fish in the water. Let's dock." One of the boatmen shouted out as the boat started getting busy. They lowered the anchor and built the bridge. He Qing led several Taoists to welcome him. "Dao Master." Pei Ziyun waved a hand and said, "How have you been recently?" He Qing then said, "There are mountains and strongholds here. There are also fertile fields that can be cultivated. It's similar to living in the mountains. Life here is very comfortable. It's just that the little rascal used to live in the mountains and doesn't know how to swim. It's a headache. You should learn how to swim now. Living on an island, you can't swim well." Pei Ziyun pointed at the people who were busy working in the river valley and asked, "What are they doing over there?" He Qing took a look. "Young master, they're building a dam. We don't have many people, and thus we hired the craftsmen from the mainland to build it. They paid us 30% more than usual. There are 2 high valleys here, and there's a river in the middle. We can build a dam. We've done it before when we were in the mountains. We can turn the flat land into fertile fields, and the hillside can be turned into terraced fields. There's at least another 500 mu of land." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun nodded his head. How's the construction of the house coming along? Pei Ziyun asked. I've also invited the craftsmen on land. They're all done. Please take a look. The few of them stepped forward. Along the way, the flowers bloomed and the sun shone down on them. Several fishermen were casting nets on the surface of the sea, catching fish. In the distance, a few goats were scattered on the grass, with a few lambs in tow. A few roosters and a flock of hens were foraging for food. There weren't any wild beasts on the island, and they could rest assured. From afar, they could see the stronghold. There was even a watchtower on top of the stronghold. This stronghold hadn't been demolished, and was instead fortified. If anything were to happen, they could retreat to this stronghold to defend it. Below the stronghold there was a small town. It was neatly laid out, and formed the shape of a well. From time to time, the villagers would step forward to pay their respects. Look, Tao Master. For the sake of safety, we've built it within the stronghold. He Qing said. Pei Ziyun and He Qing entered the stronghold, and saw a mansion being built within. Inside there were red walls. Although it wasn't luxurious, it still looked imposing. When they entered, they saw a meeting room, a living room, a backyard, a military room, and a pond. There were a few fish swimming in the pond. When they walked out and returned to the town, they saw a Taoist monastery. The monastery wasn't big, and only had a main hall and a side hall. Several Taoists were supervising the construction of the monastery. Not far from it was an ancestral hall. Pei Ziyun looked down and stood at the top. He felt a sense of pride. He then turned around and asked the official, "What do you think of this?" "It's all right. There's some farmland here, and some people can live here." Xiao Du didn't think much of it. Golden Island was just a village, and the island was barren. There wasn't much land that could be developed. Xiao Du could understand Pei Ziyun's decision to expand the island, but he didn't think much of it. It's good that the official thinks this way. Flowing Sand Island couldn't be hidden, and didn't want to be hidden. If it were a big island, the government might want to gather people from overseas. However, this island was only 170 square kilometers. Even if it was developed, it wouldn't be more than a village. Pei Ziyun was a transmigrator, and had a sense of urgency. Flowing Sand Island and Sentinel Island added up to a total of 200 square kilometers, and were developed into tens of thousands of acres of farmland. It wasn't that he wanted to rebel, but rather, he wanted to leave some space for the Pei family. There's a human population here. We'll build a dam, open up farmland, fish, and raise livestock. All these things are done, and it's starting to look like a city. The wind blew past. The official, He Qing and the Taoist saw Pei Ziyun standing at the peak of the mountain, looking off into the distance. He didn't move an inch, and didn't dare to disturb him. After some time, Pei Ziyun turned around. "Your Excellency Qiao, let's take a rest and have a meal before we return to Ying Prefecture." Xiao Du wasn't interested in this island at all, and nodded his head. The Taoist is right. Pei Ziyun watched as Pei Ziyun left before he entered the living room. He noticed that the decorations were simple, and that the tea on the table was just plain tea. He took a sip before calling He Qing over. His expression turned serious. "You've done a good job. Let me give you another proposal." He Qing immediately knelt down and changed the way she addressed him. "Young chieftain, speak and I'll do it." Although Flowing Sand Island and Sentry Island are small, they are divided into 10 li, with 20 households in each li. There will be a li head and a scribe. The craftsmen and masons that we hired are not to be sent back, but to continue building the li. Once they're done, we will distribute the land and collect a fifth of the land tax. Build 5 pavilions along the main roads of the island, and act as relay stations. There will be 5 soldiers, and they will be known as the 5 pavilions. Every year, the young men of the village will be trained. Only after they've been trained can they become soldiers or sailors. If they don't go through this process, they can only farm or fish for the rest of their lives. My personal guards will consist of 2 groups of 12 people. Build a mayor's office in the town, and the first mayor will be you. Below you will be the registrar, tax collector, prison warden, patrol team, harbor warden, warehouse warden, and medical officer. The registrar is very simple. He will be responsible for taking inventory of all the people and their land. Every new child and land sale must be registered. The tax collector will collect taxes from the island. The prison warden is the prison, that's not necessary. The patrol team will be split into 2 groups. Don't we still have 2 pirate ships that haven't been sold? We'll take the ships to patrol the harbor. After the Lee Pavilion is completed, we'll continue to build the harbor. We'll try to accommodate more ships. The harbor warden will collect taxes from foreign ships. It's not good to talk about taxes to outsiders, but it's more appropriate to talk about docking fees. The warehouse warden will be the warehouse manager. The medical officer will be the doctor. As for the ships, all of them will be owned by the public. They will be half military and half commercial. The captain, chief officer, second officer, and third officer will be appointed. They must be from the Lee Pavilion, and will be given a share of the profits. A portion of the profits will be given to the public, while the other portion will be given to the captain, chief officer, second officer, and third officer. Young chieftain, if we do this, we'll need more than 100 people. He Ching was the leader of the village, and thus understood these things. She was a little suspicious. We only have a few hundred people. Isn't this a little too much? Just farming and tending to the cows and sheep would be too much. But we have 2 sources of income. Firstly, with the expansion of the sea trade, there will be more and more ships. Although our Golden Island isn't big, it's an important transit point. I was the one who suggested the establishment of the Yingzhou City Shipping Department. The fees we collect here are just to maintain our expenses. Our main focus is on consumption and trade. Consumption and trade. He Ching didn't understand. Pei Ziyun pointed to the town below. This town isn't far from the harbor. It's only a few hundred meters away. We can build inns, hotels, medicine shops, pawn shops, etc. When the ships arrive here, we'll need fresh water, food, wine, and lodging. Although we're not pirates, we can still purchase some dirty goods at a low price and sell them to our fleet. In addition to our own trade, we should be able to support 100 people. In fact, we can even support 200 to 300 people. All of these can be included in the plan. These are the expenses for the early stages of development. You can use the gold that I've brought over. He Ching thought for some time before nodding her head. I understand. I'll handle it in a while. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. One by one. It's just a small island after all. It won't take too much time. 1 to 2 years should be enough. Pei Ziyun stood up and took a few steps before turning around. He had a cold smile on his face as he spoke in a low voice. We have no intentions of rebelling. However, if we don't set up rules, you'll realize that after a few decades we'll be like scattered sand. You must remember, wealth doesn't last more than 3 generations, while rules can last for 5 to 10 generations. Pei Ziyun understood this all too well. If he didn't do this, and relied solely on his wealth, the Pei family would be able to maintain their position within the next 1 or 2 generations. However, after 3 generations, someone else would rise up and take over the Pei family's position. Now that he had established rules and order, there would be people to protect them. Unless they were destroyed by external forces, or if they couldn't survive, they would be able to survive for a long time. Thinking up to this point, his master looked down the mountain. Originally, there were traces of white mist around the mountain, and a faint red mist around the mansion. As he thought of this, the white mist around the mansion became denser. Pei Ziyun laughed out and thought to himself, I can't beat the high scholar, but I have 300 households that can beat the number of high scholars. Things are different now. According to the rules of the dynasty, 100 households will be given the title of prince, 300 households will be given the title of son, 600 households will be given the title of earl, 1,000 households will be given the title of marquis, and 2,000 households will be given the title of duke. My golden island can be considered a viscount's property. Just as he was thinking about this, his eyes lit up. A small white plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and a few words appeared. Master, 3rd level, 101. 5% completed. Chapter 250. Pei Ziyun looked at it and noticed that his reputation had reached the 4th level. He then sighed, I've finally reached it. He pointed his finger, and in that instant the heavens and earth changed. His consciousness was pulled into his Master, and the Master was surrounded by spiritual energy. The dense spiritual energy was absorbed by the Master. Pei Ziyun looked at it and closed his eyes. After a long time, Pei Ziyun regained his senses and looked at the Master again. Master, 4th level, 1. 5% completed. Have a meal, and when I'm done, I'll head back down the mountain. Now that he had reached the 4th level of Master, he hesitated no longer and decided to head back to the mainland. With the plum blossom transforming his reputation, what would happen if he could find the immortal dragon veins? At this point, the information interface changed again. Mission: Yi Su'er opens the gates of heaven, and find the immortal dragon veins. Incomplete. Pei Ziyun paused, suspicions arose in his heart. The system would never give out missions that had no connection. What was the connection between Yi Su'er opening the gates of heaven and finding the immortal dragon veins? In prefecture, by the time the boat reached the shore, it was already dusk. The sky was dark and gloomy. Lights were lit on the pier, and the boatmen were busy lowering the sails, setting up the bridge, lowering the anchor and tying the ropes. Pei Ziyun looked up at the sky. It's going to rain soon. Spring rain is as precious as oil. This is a good thing. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone shall be rewarded with a tael of silver. The boatman thanked him. Pei Ziyun brought the official Qiao Du down from the boat and onto the pier. Rain started to fall. Qiao Du looked around and saw that there were many people on the pier. Not far away there were many restaurants and bars. He then said, It's changed again and seems to be livelier. With the sea trade, it's different. There are many boats and people coming in. Last year, we earned 300,000 taels of silver. He then called for an ox cart. At this point, someone called out to the official and gave him a signal. Qiao Du then walked over and waited for the ox cart to arrive. Pei Ziyun boarded the ox cart and was about to return to Fu Mansion when the official came over and whispered something to him. What? King Lu is sick and the emperor is visiting? Pei Ziyun was shocked. The original owner couldn't remember anything like this happening. After thinking for some time, Pei Ziyun looked at the official. What's the reason for King Lu's illness? The official pondered for some time before he spoke. The ministers of the imperial court sent a petition requesting for King Lu to be imprisoned. Initially, it was just 1 or 2 imperial censors. But for some unknown reason, it turned into a group of people wanting to kill King Lu. Because of this, King Lu fell seriously ill and the emperor went to visit him. Any further news? Pei Ziyun asked. It's been said that King Lu was bawling his eyes out, and said that all the officials wanted to kill him. It looks like he doesn't have much time left. There's no other news. The official replied. Pei Ziyun did not speak. He leaned against the carriage and pondered for a moment. This was a ruse to gain the confidence of others. He was retreating in order to gain an advantage. There was an expert beside him as well. Who could it be? In his previous life, Xie Qingdong had left the mountain around this time to seek a breakthrough in Tao opportunity. Could it be Xie Qingdong? After a long time, he exhaled deeply. He hoped that the crown prince wouldn't act in a perverse manner and give King Lu an opportunity to take advantage of him. However, with the grand princess and the imperial concubine around, the crown prince wouldn't be unwise. Forget it, I have to rush to the borders of Ying Prefecture and investigate the terrain. I have to find the immortal dragon veins. That's the most important thing. King Lu's mansion. A eunuch and an imperial doctor walked in. There were several guards following behind them. The moment they entered, they could smell the strong scent of medicine. When they calmed down, they noticed that King Lu was lying on a pillow. His body was haggard and he was getting skinnier. His face was extremely pale, as if he had a lot on his mind. His eyebrows were furrowed as he closed his eyes to rest. A woman was using a spoon to feed him the medicine. When she saw them enter, she stood up and spoke to King Lu. "Husband, the palace has sent someone over. Oh, help me up." King Lu forced his eyes open and spoke weakly. The eunuch hurriedly smiled and replied, "Your Highness is lying on the bed. The Emperor misses you very much. Hence, he sent this servant and the imperial doctor over to take a look and feel your pulse." King Lu struggled to sit up and sighed. He then nodded his head. This is my father's grace. It's a pity that with my current condition, I won't be able to share my father's worries. As long as King Lu meditates and recuperates, you'll be able to share the Emperor's worries." As he spoke, he gestured for the imperial doctor to sit by the side of the bed and extend his hand to feel King Lu's pulse. Eunuch Liao of King Lu's mansion waited anxiously as he held his breath. The imperial doctor's face was solemn as he fell silent for some time. His eyebrows then relaxed slightly as he placed King Lu's hand down before he stood up. The eunuch stood by the side and watched for some time. When he saw the imperial doctor stand up, he asked, "How is King Lu's body?" Eunuchly, the last time King Lu was feeling his pulse, his heart wasn't strong enough. His body and spirit were both damaged and weak. Today, he has recovered somewhat. Hearing the imperial doctor speak like this, the eunuch called out, "Your Highness, your Highness." King Lu was about to speak when he coughed. "Cough, cough, eunuch, is there an imperial edict?" "Yes, your Highness. His Majesty has spoken. He wants your Highness to rest and recuperate. As for other matters, there's no need to worry." Eunuch Li spoke solemnly. "Thank you, your son." King Lu heard the edict and was about to bow. Eunuch Li hurriedly waved his hands. "Your Highness, the Majesty has also spoken. Your Highness is very ill, and you don't have to bow." "Thank you, Emperor Father." King Lu opened his mouth to speak before he started coughing again. This time, the coughing became more severe. The imperial doctor looked at King Lu and frowned. "Your Highness, please don't be too emotional. Rest well and you will recover soon," the imperial doctor advised. Being a doctor wasn't an easy task. Eunuch Li nodded his head. "Men, bring out the medicinal herbs that His Majesty has bestowed upon you." Several guards brought out plates of medicinal herbs. "Your Highness, these are all bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Please rest well and don't be too emotional. Emperor Father, your son." Cough, cough. "Thank you." King Lu was about to continue speaking when the eunuch stretched out a hand. "Your Highness, please don't cause any trouble. Rest quietly. I will report everything to you." Hearing these words, Eunuch Liao's eyes lit up. He reached out and felt for the banknotes in his robes. Seeing that the eunuch had finished speaking, he hurriedly chased after him. Eunuch Liao had a smile on his face. "This is just a small token of my respect." Eunuch Li glanced around before he placed the banknotes into his sleeve. His face was full of smiles. "Don't worry, everything's fine. The Emperor is worried about you. This time, I'm here, not only to see your Highness, I'm also here to withdraw my personal guards." As he spoke, he waved his hands and spoke to a general, only to hear the sounds of horses galloping, as well as the sounds of armor clashing against each other. The soldiers retreated like a receding tide. It was obvious that they had retreated. Cough, cough. Within the room, King Lu started coughing again, as if he was in great pain. "All of you leave." Eunuch Liao rushed back and chased all the serving ladies out of the room. The entire room was silent, and not a single sound could be heard. "Mr. Xie, they've all left. Come out." King Lu's voice rang out as Xie Qingdong walked out from his room and bowed deeply. "Congratulations, King Lu. Now that the soldiers have retreated, we've passed this ordeal." Eunuch Liao was all smiles as well. "That's right, King Lu, you've finally made it through." Cough, cough. King Lu coughed again. Seeing King Lu in such a state, Eunuch Liao hurriedly retrieved a cloak and draped it over King Lu's shoulders. "It's been hard on you, King Lu." Cough, cough. "It's nothing. It's just that I didn't expect this day to come." King Lu sighed. His illness wasn't fake. If not, how could he have hidden it from the imperial physician? "Mr. Xie, this is all thanks to you." King Lu was exhausted. His face was pale and filled with sarcasm. "I've just received news that some of our men have submitted a letter to the Crown Prince. They've been accused of being loyal to the Crown Prince, and a few of them have joined the Crown Prince's faction." King Lu, that's true. Although we're on the outskirts of the faction, we're much more informed now. Eunuch Liao spoke. "Mr. Xie is indeed wise. I wouldn't dare. It's all because of King Lu's good fortune that the Emperor has changed his mind." Xie Qingdong bowed. "I can see that King Lu's bad luck has dissipated, and your qi is strong. There's hope for you to regain your title. King Lu needs to rest more now, so that you can recover." "That's natural. Liao Pan, prepare some food for me. I haven't eaten for a long time, and I'm hungry." King Lu spoke. "King Lu, I shall prepare it for you." Eunuch Liao spoke as he turned around and left the room. He then brought a bowl of porridge for King Lu. After finishing the bowl of porridge, King Lu fell asleep. The two of them then left the room. Xie Qingdong walked along the corridor and passed by a pond. He then stopped in his tracks and said, "The person who plotted against King Lu was definitely Pei Ziyun. King Lu isn't feeling well, which is why I didn't mention it earlier." Eunuch Liao paused in shock. "What do you mean?" "The Crown Prince was originally weak. Although he's given birth to a grandson, he's gradually stabilized. However, Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's difficult for him to recover. I've carefully investigated the Crown Prince's movements. Not only did he attempt to assassinate the Crown Prince during the Lantern Festival, there were also traces of the Crown Prince's actions. Although it wasn't much, it was definitely there. His methods were brilliant and were just right. He was like an antelope hanging its horns. This was a top-notch strategy, and was able to see the bigger picture from a small detail. He was able to stir the hearts of people. When I made my move, I already had this in mind. With such an expert around, even if King Lu were to show weakness, he would still be suppressed. Such a strategist isn't easy to deal with. But when I showed weakness and injured myself, there wasn't much retaliation. The Crown Prince's palace hasn't even reacted yet. This proves that this strategist isn't within the Crown Prince's palace. I've investigated Pei Ziyun's movements, and discovered that his movements coincided with the second attack. Now that he's left the capital city, the Crown Prince's abilities have dropped by a notch. I'm sure that Pei Ziyun is the mastermind behind the Crown Prince's plan." Eunuch Liao's eyes gleamed dangerously. "Are you saying that King Lu's predicament today was caused by this person? I will immediately send men to kill him. If not, I won't be able to quench the hatred in my heart." "How do you plan to kill him?" "This person's martial arts skills are extremely high, and you've seen it for yourself. Furthermore, the most important thing now is that King Lu is showing weakness. If you send men to kill him, and the Emperor and the Crown Prince find out about it, all our efforts would be wasted. Xie Qingdong sighed. Damn it. Are we just going to let this person roam free? Eunuch Liao punched a pillar. His face was filled with resentment. King Lu's palace used to be glorious and glorious. Who would have thought that with just a few schemes, they would fall into such a predicament? Of course we won't let him off just like that. Xie Qingdong laughed coldly. This person isn't in the capital city. That's a good thing. We have to find something to keep him busy. We can't let the Crown Prince contact him. If that's the case, the Crown Prince's palace's reaction will be slow, and we'll be able to succeed. If not, I'm afraid there will be more trouble. What you're saying is, if we summon this person back, we can stop King Lu's path to becoming a vassal. Eunuch Liao asked. His eyes were filled with ferocity. Tell me what to do, I'll do it immediately. Eunuch Liao glanced at King Lu's room as he spoke. Xie Qingdong laughed. We have to find some trouble. If we can't find trouble with him directly, we have to find trouble with his allies. True Element sect is his ally, and they're at Enji Prefecture. Is the magistrate their King Lu's men? When Eunuch Liao heard this, he hesitated before replying, Yes. The magistrate of Enji Prefecture has pledged his allegiance to His Highness. It's just that now the Crown Prince's power has increased, and he won't listen to his orders. We're not going to make an enemy out of the Crown Prince. We're just attacking True Element sect, and dealing with a Taoist. The magistrate won't offend King Lu over such a small matter. All right, I'll make arrangements. Eunuch Liao thought for some time before nodding his head. Chapter 251. In Prefecture it was early spring and it was drizzling. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow across, bringing with it a slight chill. The bright green flagstones were gleaming with a dark green luster. Jia! An ox cart traveled through the drizzling rain on the green flagstones. The driver was wearing a raincoat and a bamboo hat. The bells on the ox cart's neck were ringing continuously. Pei Ziyun felt uneasy and uneasy. He then lifted the curtains and looked outside. Outside the window, the drizzling rain was falling on the bare trees and onto the ground. Could it be that someone is plotting against me? Pei Ziyun frowned and thought to himself, my cultivation is still lacking. Although there are signs, I don't know where they came from. Only by gathering intelligence can I determine where they came from. Just as he was deep in thought, the driver pulled the ox cart and said, Young master, we've arrived at Fu Mansion. Pei Ziyun stopped thinking and threw a string of money at the driver before he alighted from the ox cart. The drizzling rain fell on his umbrella as he gently knocked on the door and entered. A fire was burning brightly in the room, and a teapot was placed by the side. On the left side of the room, there were several paintings of mountains and rivers. On the right side there were some calligraphy pieces. Pei Ziyun used a small fan to fan the air in front of the stove. Yu Yunjun and High Scholar Fu then walked in and saw the tea on the stove. It was boiling and emitted a fragrant aroma. Pei Ziyun saw High Scholar Fu looking at the stove and stretched out his hand. Master, Uncle Fu, please have some tea. This is a gift from the Crown Prince that I brought back from the capital city. It's a tribute, please have a taste. Tribute? Sect leader's trip to the capital city was worth it. I shall have a taste. High Scholar Fu looked at the pot of tea as he spoke. Pei Ziyun stood up and fetched a few cups of tea. He then said, Uncle Fu, master, please have a taste. High Scholar Fu received the cup of tea and took a sip. At first, it was slightly bitter, but soon turned sweet. The aftertaste lasted for a long time before he said, What a good tea. Yu Yunjun nodded her head as she ate. This tea is indeed delicious, and the aftertaste lingers. Pei Ziyun drank his tea before placing the teacup aside. He then looked at Yu Yunjun and High Scholar Fu and asked, Master, Uncle Fu, how's the situation these few days? Yu Yunjun and High Scholar Fu looked at each other. Yu Yunjun then said, When you first arrived in the capital city, the situation was rather dangerous. Jibei Ho and the Holy Jail sect were on the move. But after a month, everything became peaceful. It was as if they had received some news. Since you were in the capital city, you were unable to use your Dao arts. Many times, your attempts to contact you were blocked by the Imperial Qi. At that time, we were suspicious. After contacting the Crown Prince, I found out that the Crown Prince's position was gradually stabilized. The governor even sent people to express his goodwill. Originally, the county guards were supposed to retreat after a month, but the county magistrate ordered them to stay. Now, the county gate has become peaceful, and the Taoists who were spying on us have all disappeared. Yu Yun-jun recounted the events one by one, her expression relaxed. Now that the people have calmed down, and we have recruited some young disciples to learn Taoist scriptures, the mountain gate has regained a lot of popularity. The Taoist temples that were sent out have also settled down and are receiving incense as usual. Although some people's moods have yet to recover, everything is getting better with each passing day. After saying that, he sipped his tea with a smile on his face. Other than that, did anything else happen? Or did anything else happen? Did Dark Altar Sect do anything? Pei Ziyun frowned as he asked, trying to get to the bottom of the matter. Yu Yun-jun thought for some time. Nothing. Maybe you've gained the support of the Crown Prince, and his power has increased. I've heard that Dark Altar Sect has made some moves, but they've all stopped now. Pei Ziyun picked up the lid of his teacup and gently played with the tea leaves as he hesitated. Not everyone who practiced Taoism had the tide rush. After some time, the entire room quietened down. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of High Scholar Fu sipping his tea. There was still some charcoal burning on the stove in front of him, and some steam rose up into the air. There's no news. Pei Ziyun suppressed his palpitations and massaged his eyebrows before saying, "Send another 300 taels of silver to the county magistrate. Only by reciprocating will we last." "Yes, sect leader. I've suddenly sensed something. The fate of the sect is connected to me. My tide rush shouldn't have come out of nowhere. It's time to be more vigilant." Pei Ziyun thought to himself. It wasn't a bad thing to be more vigilant. Thinking this way, Pei Ziyun then said, "Arrange for regular patrols. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. Activate the communication talisman. Although we've borrowed the Crown Prince's power and influence, we still have to take precautions. We must not allow anyone or any sect to take advantage of us." "Oh yes, have you prepared the information that I requested from you the last time?" Pei Ziyun asked. It wasn't convenient to ask the Crown Prince for help in the capital city, in case the information was leaked and attracted attention. "I've got it," Yu Yun-jun said as she took out a booklet and handed it over. "This is what I've gathered from various sources. It's the most detailed and authentic." Pei Ziyun took the booklet and flipped it open. It was filled with tiny characters. The handwriting was beautiful and it was densely packed with information. Du Zi-nong, his father, was an assistant minister in the Ministry of Rites. He came from an illustrious family and had many grand scholars. He entered school at the age of 7, became an elementary scholar at the age of 17, and a high scholar at the age of 24. However, he only became a grand scholar at the age of 35. The following year, he became an assistant minister in the National History Department. He then became an assistant minister in the Ministry of Works, the Minister of Works, and finally the Minister of Rites. Which year, month and day he would be promoted or punished, and where he would be promoted or demoted. Throughout his journey, he received many favors from the emperor. The rebel army rose up, and he defeated the bandits many times. Eventually, he was trapped in Hong City with 30,000 soldiers. After attacking the city for 5 days and nights, the city fell and he was captured. When he saw the leader of the bandits, he refused to kneel down. His kneecaps were dug out. When he bowed to the bandits, his tongue was cut off. He used his finger to stab the bandit leader and spat out blood. Not only that, the leader of the bandits was filled with hatred and sent people to wipe out his entire family. It's possible that a few of them managed to escape, but their whereabouts were unknown. This person was truly loyal. He had only killed a few hidden dragons, and received such terrible retribution. His entire family was almost wiped out, and war ensued for many years. When he finished reading, Pei Ziyun sighed. The Taoist in the dream was Zhang Jin Dao, a 7th-rank official in the Dao Records Department. He was once indebted to the Grand Preceptor, but was killed on the spot because he had killed a hidden dragon. The imperial court announced that he had passed away, and conferred him the title of Dao Master. There were even more details below. All 3 disciples received terrible retribution, and died horribly. Pei Ziyun then closed the book and thought for some time before sighing, "What a tragedy! There were supernatural powers in this world. To resist such powers, the result would be tragic. Oh yes, this person gave the Grand Preceptor a map of the dragon veins. Perhaps the location of the immortal veins is within it." Just as he was deep in thought, the communication talisman in his robes started to heat up. Pei Ziyun pointed at it, and the talisman glowed brightly. The image of Yi Suer appeared. She looked at Pei Ziyun anxiously and said, "Brother Pei, bad news. Something has happened to True Element sect. The magistrate wants to raid our monastery in the city." "The magistrate wants to raid the monastery in the city?" Pei Ziyun paused. True Element sect was an alliance, and he could not ignore them. It was just that something was wrong. "What's the crime?" Yi Suer then said. "It's said that the female Taoist in the monastery is a scumbag. The cause was a heavy snowfall during the New Year. The elementary scholar Xiao Ming came to the monastery to admire the incense. He said that the elementary scholar was elegant and graceful, and thus invited him to stay for a meal. Then something happened. Speaking up to this point, her face turned red and turned angry. It's also said that Xiao Ming's yang energy had been taken away, and he died when he returned. His wife reported this to the magistrate, and the magistrate sent men to arrest the people in the monastery. He also said that we had connections with the bandits, and had captured many disciples who did not have any martial arts or Dao art. Even if this Xiao Ming came to the monastery, there's no proof that he had any connections with the people in the monastery. Besides, he only died half a month after he returned to the monastery. It was obviously his own illness. What does it have to do with taking away his yang energy? The most despicable thing is that he linked the local pervert, Sai Ching Feng. He said that Sai Ching Feng often stayed in our monastery, and that our monastery was a place of debauchery. Master said that our sect does not forbid marriage, and that there might be people who fell in love with each other. But the last time Master went to inspect the monastery, there were 7 female Taoists, and 5 of them were virgins. How could it be a place of debauchery? I suspect that the magistrate must have been influenced by someone, and wanted to use this as an excuse to attack us. We are a sect of women, and this reputation of debauchery is a huge blow to us. This is what Master instructed me to do, and I've told you everything. I understand, I'm coming now. Pei Ziyun frowned as his face turned green. He then turned around and said, "Looks like someone couldn't deal with our Free Cloud sect, and decided to target True Element sect instead." Hearing Pei Ziyun say this, Yu Yunjun stood up. "Do you want me to go with you?" Pei Ziyun paused for some time. "I'm afraid it's a diversion. Master, inform the sect to be on high alert. You should continue to guard the prefecture. If there's an attack, you can contact us immediately and respond in time." As soon as Pei Ziyun finished speaking, he noticed that it was drizzling outside. He then took off his raincoat and bamboo hat and rode the ox cart to the pier. The rain was getting heavier, and waves were crashing against the shore. Seeing Pei Ziyun rush over, the crew members were astonished. Pei Ziyun then asked, "Have you restocked the boat?" "Dao master, we've restocked half of it. We're still busy." The captain stood up and bowed. "If you have any matters to attend to, we can set off immediately." Pei Ziyun felt relieved as he waved his hands. "You've worked hard, and I wanted to give you a few days off. It's just that I have some matters to attend to. Set off immediately, and follow the river to Enji Prefecture. We'll restock our rations and water when we reach the shore. For your hard work, I shall reward you with silver. The captain shall reward you with 5 taels. The first, second, and third officers shall reward you with 3 taels. The rest of you shall be rewarded with 2 taels." "Yes, young master." Following Pei Ziyun's orders, the crew members' morale was greatly boosted. The huge anchor was pulled up, and the sails were raised as they set sail towards Enji Prefecture. It was drizzling as Pei Ziyun stood at the top of the deck, listening to the sound of the rain hitting against the windows. He watched as the chefs took out water and started cooking. Pei Ziyun's eyes were filled with melancholy as he paced around in deep thought. To say that there are unfilial disciples within the sect, there definitely are. In fact, it's not uncommon for them to have one-night stands. But true element sects' Tao arts are completely different from holy jail sects. Not only do they not allow for dual cultivation, they also require one to maintain their chastity before opening the gates of heaven. If not, it would be difficult for them to improve. The sect doesn't forbid marriage. Women who have no hope of opening the gates of heaven are usually married off. Only a minority of them would remain unmarried and lose their chastity. The sect leader said that out of the 7 women he saw, 5 of them were virgins. He wouldn't lie to me. Who did the magistrate mobilize so many people for? Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh coldly. These kinds of tricks were very common. Those who played politics would not try to find any evidence of their crimes. Instead, they would try to find a way to attack them. Someone in your family is corrupt, so your whole family is corrupt, so you must be a heinous criminal who deserves to be killed. This is a very common practice. True Element sect is also a female Tao sect. It's hard for them to defend themselves against this attack. No wonder they asked me for help. However, it can also be seen that True Element sect has been peaceful for too long. The law does not apply to those who are nobles. Furthermore, it was during the founding of the country that the officials were cruel. Although it would be disadvantageous for a Taoist to go against the magistrate, how did a Taoist survive for so long? It's because they have the right methods to counter this. They even forgot about this. They've really thought of themselves as Golden Cat. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.